communicate. luarnya apa?
Ada enam. Halo. Siapa yang belum dilakukan? Yang mana? Hah? Tuh. Masuk.
pemirsa. Kemudian pilihan komedi. Komedi. Oh. Hey, baru urusan kemo ayam jantan oh, buaya krokodil binatang piaraan domestic bebek udang.
Yes, good morning to all speakers and conference participants. We are grateful and thankful to God because He gave us the opportunity to be able to attend the International Conference on Religion and Education with the theme Synodality on Interfaith, Gender, Achieve Peace, Gender Equality, Mental Health, Well-being, and Environment Perception. On Thursday, October 19, 2023, or the second day of this conference, we have many speakers from different background and place. So we will start this conference with joy. But before that, we will begin in prayer, which will be led by Mr. Wahyu Bintoro, MBA, MPD, and MTH. May I ask Mr. Wahyu Bintoro to pray?
Good morning. So if we request for Professor Michelle for pray, how about you? Dr. Michelle?
Yes,
could you
I'm
please,
here.
okay, could you please pray for this seminar?
Oh, okay, you would like me to pray.
All right.
Creator God, thank you for bringing us together this morning to learn and listen and to think about a variety of issues that have been on our hearts and in our scholarship. I pray that we would hear you speaking and we would know the Spirit moving through this gathering this morning. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's very glad to meet you again in this seminar. After yesterday, we met with for the seminar, and I think it's a very success seminar for the first day. So today, now we will watching the paper from Dr. Michelle Edgewood. Dr. Michelle Edgewood says many publication and also many experience. So if Pak Andreas or maybe Pak Yudi, could you please show the curriculum vitae of Dr. Michelle Edgewood? At the screen.
Yes, wait a minute, Mr.
Okay.
Bintoro.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bob. So we will watching the topic of Dr. Michelle Edgewood to present the topic is reading the Bible as women, the impact of male authorship, male dominance, and female absence in the text. So this is the curriculum vitae of Dr. Michelle Edgewood. We can see the education from the beginning 1988, 1993 for his secondary college at Geelong, up to PhD. She got the PhD at 2021, and also for the recent publication we can read many publication she has already made. We can see many publication and also journal. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah, many. And also the recent work experience. She has many experience for the research and also for the executive director, for the conference manager, and many. Next. And also okay. She has research funding and scholarships received. So wow, many value she got already. And also the current recent committee position. So many activities she has. I think at the many city and also many country. Yeah, I saw at San Diego, Denver, San Antonio, and also many places in Australia. So, okay, brother and sisters, we will watching Dr. Michelle Eastwood to present her paper for the reading the Bible as women, the impact of male authorship, male dominance, and female absent in the text. So, Dr. Michelle, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, and thank you for having me here today. I would like to begin by acknowledging that I'm presenting from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and that this presentation was written on the lands of the Wadawurrung people, also a part of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and I commit to reconciliation, treaty, and truth-telling. I'd also like to extend my respects to all Indigenous people who are present today. Now, my paper today is split into 3 parts, which reflect the 3 parts of my title: Reading, the Bible, and Women. I'll look at the connotations of each of these words separately, and then briefly draw the ideas together to consider the implications. While the terms reading the Bible and women may seem self-evident, they can be used in a variety of ways and evoke different resonances. So I'm going to start here by defining the way I'm using these terms. Firstly, what do I mean by reading? Throughout this presentation, I'll be using the word reading to indicate the way that people understand the text. Understanding the text in this way stands in contrast to encountering the text. Individuals in contemporary contexts may indeed encounter the text through the physical act of reading, whether in the original languages or in translation. However, they also may encounter the text as a spoken word, such as in listening to a Bible reading within a worship situation. In contrast, reading in this paper is understood as a way of interpreting the text rather than a description of the way it is engaged. Reading begins with presuppositions. Reading begins with bias. Reading begins from our own standpoint, which in reference to biblical writing is temporally divorced from the cultures, perspectives, and social mores of the ancient Near East, where these texts were composed. Scholarship aims to bridge some of these gaps, but there is still a wealth of detail and information that is unknown and potentially unknowable. For example, in my own area of Psalm scholarship, it's almost impossible to assert with any certainty who the authors of these texts are, and even when most of the texts were written. While some psalms do carry superscriptions that might seem to indicate authorship, the nature of Hebrew conjunctions mean the title Le David, often translated as of David, could also be understood as to or for David, suggesting that they may have been written with David or a Davidic legacy in mind, rather than having been written by the historical King David himself. Indeed, David Wilgren Davidge argues that these superscriptions possibly indicate a Davidization of the Psalter that may have occurred as late as the Second Temple period. Now, people have been reading these Psalms for thousands of years, and while commentaries give us an insight into how scholars have read these texts, for every scholarly reading, there will be many thousands of other readings of which we have no record. For the most part, we don't know how non-scholars have read the text throughout history. Of course, we're not just reading these texts as individuals. These texts are read within theological and denominational traditions, which carry their own presuppositions, bias, and doctrinal understandings. Jeremy Punt, in a defense of the study of reception history, suggests, and I quote, "The world which a reader creates from the text cannot be seen in isolation from the reader's own culture, ideology, and social place or location. Failure to account for this aspect of reading, as well as the almost consistent disregard for the history or tradition of interpretation of the text, and this tradition's role not only in the production of the meaning of the text, but also in one's choice of methodology, will eventually petrify and domesticate that tradition to the extent of rendering it invisible, but no less active in its continuing influence on contemporary interpretive practice. The unrecognised and therefore unchecked influence of such tradition can paradoxically lead to the contradiction of other and perhaps contextually and contemporary more adequate readings, to the extent of not tolerating any such divergent from this tradition reading," unquote. Punt here warns against a naive reading of the text from within Christian communities, which assumes a normative and unchanging understanding, and which may obscure alternative readings of the text. In our contemporary context, these readings might be defended as a plain reading of the text, or with the defense that the text is inerrant and infallible, which suggests our reading of the text is the only way it can be understood or has been understood throughout history. In Christian communities, texts are often accompanied by teaching and preaching that directs the community's understanding of a text. If the preacher is not aware of their own bias in approaching the text, they may not be able to distinguish between their understanding of the text and the text itself. Further, if a majority of leaders share the same set of characteristics and have similar life experiences, then the potential for divergent readings to be heard are reduced. In Australia, in 2016, the National Church Life Survey, Leader Survey, found that 78% of senior church leaders were male, 75% of leaders were in their first marriage, 77% were Australian born, and 74% were university graduates. This suggests a high level of uniformity in church leaders across denominations, which does not necessarily match the characteristics of church attenders. In fact, 61% of church attenders in Australia who participated in a similar survey were female. Given the gendered world that we live in, this gap between the gender of leaders and the gender of church attenders should raise questions. In other respects, the education and ethnicity of leaders were quite similar to attenders, and I could not find data about marital status. However, if 75% of church leaders are in their first marriage, there might be less understanding of the experience of church attenders who are never married, remarried, divorced, or widowed. Our life experiences inform our reading of the text, and if most leaders do not share our similar experiences, there is a large potential for feeling unseen within the church. The Lutheran Church of Australia, which I'm associated with through the Australian Lutheran College, does not ordain women and does not authorise women to preach. This means that women across the Lutheran Church of Australia are unlikely to hear a person of their own gender presenting a reading of the biblical texts within their own worshipping community. This impacts not only readings of the text, but a wide variety of decisions that may not take into consideration the variety of experiences that members bring with them into church contexts. This can lead to women, myself included, feeling invisible or absent in terms of representation and consideration. I'm now going to move to the Bible. As a Hebrew Bible scholar, most of my examples will be drawn from those books. However, the main themes of my comments apply to the New Testament as well. The Bible is a varied collection of texts, but one thing that ties this collection together is that they were predominantly written by men, and David Kleins argues that they were written for men. We also know that they were written from within the context of patriarchal societies, that is, societies where men hold all the positions of power. Tikva Frymer-Kansky explains it like this, and I quote, "Ancient Israel, like all other great historical civilizations, was a patriarchy. Men owned almost all the land, which was passed on from father to son. The legal tribunals consisted of men, the judges at their central courts and the elders in their local councils were men. The army were composed of men, as was the administrative bureaucracy. Men also dominated public religious life, serving as officiants in local and national rituals and holding all the positions in the temple hierarchy. Women, while not physically confined to the home, expended most of their energies there. Economically dependent on the heads of their households, they had limited ability to determine events beyond their own families, and even within the family, they ultimately had to conform to the wishes of the father or husband," end quote. When men are interacting with mainly men and hearing only men's experiences, it's only natural that they produce textual evidence, namely the Hebrew Bible, that focus predominantly on male experiences. Even the books which bear female names as titles, namely Ruth and Esther, are thought to have been written by men, or at the very least transcribed by men. The one book that may have been written by a woman, the letter to the Hebrews, contains no identifying details of the author, such that while scholars note Priscilla could be the author, her name is often given within a list of men who are also plausibly the author. The impact of male authorship is that male experiences are prioritized, male perspectives are normalized, and male voices are authorized. This is not to suggest that there is just one experience of being male or one male perspective. On the contrary, the Bible presents us with a range of ways to be a man, a range of roles he can play, which include scholar, scribe, prophet, priest, king, lord, master, slave, among others. While women's perspective is limited often to marriage and bearing children. Women are named in the text are exceptional women, either exceptionally good, like Ruth or Sarah, Peninnah or Rebecca, or exceptionally bad, like Jezebel or Delilah or Salome. This point is further illustrated when we acknowledge that there are more men named in Genesis than there are women in the whole Bible. And of 17,000 distinct names in the Bible, only 137 are women. That is, around 8% of names in the Bible are women. In Elizabeth Schussler-Fiorenza's groundbreaking text, In Memory of Her, she draws attention to Mark 14:9, which says of the woman who anoints Jesus, "And truly I say to you, wherever the gospel is preached in the whole world, what she has done will be told in memory of her." However, this memory does not include her name. Schussler-Fiorenza reminds us that, and I quote, even her name is lost to us. Wherever the gospel is proclaimed and the Eucharist celebrated, another story is told. The story of the apostle who betrayed Jesus. The name of the betrayer is remembered, but the name of the faithful disciple is forgotten because she was a woman. End quote. Now, if this were the only instance, we might be able to dismiss it as a quirk of history, but women's names are consistently, one might suggest somewhat systematically, left out of the text. This is one part of what I'm referring to in my subtitle by the words male dominance. However, male dominance doesn't stop there. Over many years, feminist scholars have pointed to the way women are absent, unnamed, or overlooked in the text. They've demonstrated that women are voiceless, their experiences narrated through the male character's perspective. They have revealed where women are treated as objects, able to be taken as war booty, traded as wives, and sacrificed for men's good. The absence of female voices, however, isn't restricted to the text. Throughout the history of scholarship, men's voices and understanding of the text have dominated. The lectionary also has more of a gender bias than the Bible does. That is, the texts that are chosen for focus within many worship services are more likely to be about men and men's experiences, and male leadership in the church means that women's understanding or reading of the text is often not heard. In scholarly spaces, feminist theology is often relegated to a subdiscipline, along with other contextual readings that focused on understandings emerging from marginalised communities. In 2023, normative readings across the world are still white, male, and middle class. Even the act of translation has had a male-centric focus, with translating teams being dominated and sometimes containing only men, resulting in gender-neutral elements of the text translated in gender-biased ways. One example of this is the translation of the Hebrew word chayil. The word chayil is defined as strength, wealth, and it often evokes images of warriors in the army. When it is applied to Boaz in the book of Ruth, it is translated as prominent or rich in the NRSV, a mighty man of wealth in the KJV, a worthy man in the ESV, and respected man of worth in the CEB. When it's applied to the Proverbs 31 woman, it's translated as capable or excellent in the NRSV, virtuous in the KJV, excellent in the ESV, and competent in the Common English Bible. Only the Jewish Publications Society has similar terms for each of this, describing Boaz as a mighty man of valor and the Proverbs 31 woman as a woman of valor. The same word is treated very differently by most translators when it's applied to the male Boaz, in contrast to its application to the unnamed woman of Proverbs 31. The Hebrew word in these instances is the same, but its translation, particularly into English context, is different. The male word describes an important man who is worthy of respect. The female word suggests one who is virtuous or competent. There is no explicit respect or worth for the woman like there is for the man. And this is just one clear example of how translation is impacted by gender bias, which in turn impacts how both men and women hear the example of biblical women. We don't know who the Proverbs 31 woman is. We don't even know if she is a real woman or just an idealized metaphor for women in general. We certainly don't know her name, and this is just one more example of how women are absent in the text, just as they are absent in the scholarship and often absent in the pulpit. Reading from the perspective of women still requires intentional thought and action. So this brings us to the final part of my title, Women. First and foremost, I want to be clear that there's not one way of being a woman and not one singular experience that women share. I myself am speaking and writing from the perspective of being a white, cis straight, middle class, highly educated Australian woman, and each of these descriptors influence my reading of the text. As a white woman, I have a high amount of privilege that is not always extended to other women with non-white skin. As a cis straight woman, my claim to a female identity is not brought into question. As a middle class, highly educated woman, I've had access to a variety of texts, perspectives, and experiences, such as opportunities to travel the world, that some of my peers have not. As an Australian, I have many individual freedoms, and I live on a continent that has experienced long periods of fairly peaceful existence, the exception being the frontier wars, where the local Indigenous populations were dispossessed and slaughtered, and through which my colonising ancestors benefited, and I benefit still today. As an Australian, I live in the only Western country in the world that does not have a treaty with its Indigenous people, and which deliberately kept foreigners who weren't English or white out of the country via the White Australia policy. These elements of my identity inform my reading of the text, without even beginning to touch on my identity as scholar, musician, mother, sister, daughter, divorced woman, and many other aspects of my personality. That is to say, that woman is not a hegemonic descriptor any more than the description man is. What a woman is, can be, should be, is constructed via social norms that are taught to individuals from the moment they are born. The proclamation, "It's a girl," is accompanied by gendered messages that are reinforced through clothing, toys, and even the ways adults interact with the newborn baby. There have been experiments where a newborn baby is dressed in different colours, pink to indicate a girl and blue to indicate they are a boy. When dressed in pink, the baby is spoken to more and spoken to in gentle words and phrases, and the baby likely described via their appearance, using words such as pretty or sweet. When the same baby is dressed in blue, they're dressed with less words and the interactions are more active. Same baby, different interactions. Similar experiments with toddlers have shown that the colours a toddler wears, again in gendered colours, changes the toys that they are offered. The toddler assumed to be a girl was offered soft toys and books, while the toddler assumed to be a boy was offered more active toys, such as trucks and trains and sporting equipment. These messages don't stop when children grow up. Women are enculturated to be submissive, quiet, gentle, and good, particularly in Christian communities. The good Christian girl is chaste, modest, and undemanding, encouraged to put aside her own needs and desires in favour of men's demands. She is expected to be married and often held responsible if the marriage fails. She's expected to be a mother, and mothering carries with it its own set of demands and expectations. All of these aspects she brings with her to her reading of the text, alongside all of the interpretive traditions of her church or faith community, which often implicitly, if not explicitly, encourage her to focus on the maleness of the text, the maleness of God, and the inherent maleness of power and authority. So reading the Bible as a woman is often a process of self-denial. The idea of what a woman should be is often more powerful than the examples of what women actually are, meaning real women are ignored when they do not conform to an idealized notion of what it means to be a woman. So what are the implications of this? Firstly, it's important to understand that this is an issue and to get a glimpse of the depth and breadth of the problem. When we take as normal male authorship, male dominance, and female absence, it takes an effort to see these gaps in the text. Feminist scholarship over many years has addressed this issue. However, this often requires people to be reading and engaging with feminist scholarship. Lay people who do not have access to current scholarship need to be made aware of these issues too. And this requires a consideration of how theological understandings are communicated and who is doing the communication. Women cannot do the work of uncovering this issue on their own. We need male allies who are willing to see women in the text, in church traditions, and in our faith communities. We need to intentionally listen to women's voices in the text, in church traditions, and in our faith communities, being willing to hear women interacting with, dialoguing with, and reading the text. We need to be willing to seek out these voices when they are hidden or obscured and lift them up so that many others can hear also. Secondly, I suggest we need to understand the different facets of the issue. I've noted here that male authorship, and this extends beyond the biblical text, male dominance, and female absence all reinforce readings from a male perspective. But there are also many other factors, such as the deliberate suppression of women throughout history and even today, that impact women's experience and limit our capacity to understand how women may read the text. One example of the deliberate suppression of women in the biblical text is the Apostle Junior, mentioned in Romans 16, verse 7. Junior is clearly a female name, and despite there being no historical attestation or manuscript evidence of the name Junius with an S was added in 1927 editions to obscure the fact that this is a woman, because of the difficulty for some to acknowledge that women in the New Testament were also apostles. Denying women in the text were apostles, preachers, and leaders is one way today that women's leadership is denied and rejected. Gendered understandings, reinforced and justified via the biblical text, extend across all parts of our reading, worship, and traditions. Thirdly, we need to hear a variety of women's voices so that we can begin to understand the variety of women's experience. The breadth of women's perspectives and the way these elements interact with their reading of the text. White, well-educated Western women often have access to publishing and dissemination of their voices in a way that many others do not. I have benefited from this. But we need to think about ways to lift up the voices of women who have not been heard. And all these factors have the potential to deepen and extend our own readings of the text, if we are just willing to prioritize and listen to reading the Bible with women. Thank you. You're muted. We can't actually hear what you're saying.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you so much, Michelle, for your presentation. It's very, very important for us as your paper is reading the paper as women, the impact of male authorship, male dominance, and female absence in the text. It's very interesting for us, especially for the women. Really is any impact of the male authorship and also male dominance and female absence in the text. So as just watching your explanation that you have three conclusion or three suggestion. It's very interesting. Yeah. Could you repeat again for the three suggestions?
Sure. So briefly, I think really we need to understand this is an issue that that we don't hear women's voices, because until we address it or until we recognize it as an issue, then we can't begin to sort of deal with the implications of it. And secondly, this is not just one issue. This is like this. My argument would be that it works through all facets of Christian life and worship. So I've drawn attention to some of them, but really we need to think about all the different ways that gendered understandings impact how we are as Christians, how we worship, and how we engage with the Bible. But thirdly, the big thing is that you don't need to hear just from white women like myself. We need to understand, we need to hear a real variety of women's voices, because all women have different experiences and all women will have different ways of engaging with the text. So it's really important to think that just because we've heard one woman speaking, that won't be the same as hearing every woman speak. We all bring something different and something really important to our reading of the text.
Okay, we see one question or one statement. Dear Professor Michelle, God created women in the image of God, women as partners to men and as helpers. I strongly agree. How about according to Mrs. Michelle, how a woman should be equal in private and public? Thank you. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess it starts with, as you say, acknowledging that women were made in the image of God just as men were. But from there, I think the evidence suggests that we need to be really intentional about thinking about what equality looks like. So we know that from an Australian context, when quotas have been set, when organisations have said 50% of our people in leadership have to be women, or 50% of the people on committee have to be women, then people start to change. If we commit to it without putting in these levels, then it doesn't happen. And I know that that's just not about women too, like that's about if we've only got white people, we need quotas and we need distinct targets to say we need actually representation in these groups. So for example, I've just been editing a book called Reading the Bible in Australia. All three of us editors were white women, but we were really intentional to make sure that we included Indigenous voices and as much as we could non-white voices within that text. so that we weren't just perpetuating white hegemony and male or female dominance in that book. So that's in public, we have to be intentional about it. I think in private, it's much more difficult. But one of the things we can do is remind women that their voices are important, that their perspectives are important, and we can think about the way how we think about men and women actually plays into our private lives. So there has been some research done in the Australian Anglican Church, particularly to show how when we read the Bible unequally, when we read in the Bible from a perspective that men should be leaders and men should be heads of the household, it actually increases the chance that there will be domestic violence or abuse within marriages. So we can't obviously go and say that every man who thinks he's the head of the household is abusing his wife, but we really can be thinking about how our theology and how our ways of addressing the Bible might be encouraging these sorts of relationships or these dynamics within relationships in private. And we need to be, I think we need to be talking about these issues from the pulpit. So probably that means that women who have suffered abuse need to have spaces to speak, or women who have experienced these difficult dynamics need to be able to speak and their experiences be heard, so that other women who might be still in those situations can actually hear themselves and hear that there are ways to remove themselves from abusive situations. And of course, abuse can range anything from quite drastic physical abuse right through to just the way words are used to keep women down and make them feel like they are not worthy within their private relationships. So I think that both public and private are related, and it all comes back to how we think about who women are and who are men. And for me, if we keep coming back to this idea that, you know, the Genesis 1 creation tells us that man and women, they were created in the image of God, that's a really good starting point.
Thank you. Any question, brothers and sisters? I hope the explanation of Michelle could answer your question, Bu Maya. Okay, next question from Esther Sandana.
Yoke.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Yoke. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Yoke.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I tried to follow your explanation, but it was too quick and fast. So maybe just a little I understand what you mean. But after looking at the resume, your CV, I like to say that we might have a chance to work together. Because of my current position as a teacher, I was also the chairman of the Women's Commission at the top of the church. Yes. I mean, at least we pray. At least we pray to each other. Have relationship with the Australian woman and the Indonesian woman in church, of course. How do you think? Because I hear you lead to the Nigeria, you lead to the woman Africa. So didn't you want to have a relation with the woman Indonesian?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. And next week I'm off to
I see that did.
Taiwan to be involved in a meeting of the Asian Women's Resource Centre. So I do what I can to foster relationships, particularly in our Asian region. I think it's important that Australia sees itself as sitting within the Pacific Asia region, and that our neighbours are important. I try to read as much as I can from different perspectives, but I do own the fact that I'm a white woman and a white Australian woman, so my situation and my context is quite different. But congratulations on your role as chairwoman. That's excellent.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Because I know a little, I speak that. I know the woman Australia is very modern, maybe, yeah, and our Indonesian just a little bit the modern. If we are in the church, we really have a faith of the God come to our encounter. Yeah. So I want to talk to you that is very good if the reading the Bible not.
You've just muted yourself. We can't hear you because you've just muted.
You mute you Puyoka.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah.
Just the last bit.
Maybe one
I'm
minute.
speaking.
Sorry, Puyoka.
Yeah.
Another question from other participant. So maybe you.
Okay, see you guys. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. The next is Stephen Antobikum. We're asking for you, Michelle. Please, Stephen. All right, Stephen Antobikum.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for that excellent presentation. I refer to myself as a moderate feminist. I was raised by my grandma, who had not been to school at all. And everything I hold dearly to myself today, I was taught by her, both what a man could do and what a woman could do. I was taught by her, and recently I've been considering two issues. Although I am an analytic philosopher, but mostly in philosophy of religion and systematic theology, but recently I've been considering two things: the creation of the woman and the man, Genesis, and also trying to read Paul, readings of the issue of the muslin, the ox, what it trades, the grains, trying to provide an African woman perspective on that passage recently. Yeah. So what I'm asking you, what I'm going to ask you is in relation to how I think about the relationship between women and men. And I have been thinking towards that line. I teach in seminary, and students ask me a lot of questions because they see my perspective seems to be going probably contrary to traditional norm. But as I read the Bible personally, of course, I know that there is nothing good that has not been hijacked by humans and abused as far as history is concerned. And while I read the Bible, in most cases, I see women from the fall. I see women leading, not men. Now, for instance, if we were students in a class and we have someone, we say, this is like a student class representative who's representing us. And then a teacher comes to address the class or wants to maybe send a message to the class. He doesn't just go to someone randomly, but somehow the teacher might likely pass the message across to us through the person we have elected as a representative of this class. And so I was wondering, why did God not speak to Adam? Because the Bible never recorded any discussion between God and Adam. Of course, I know that not everything is recorded, but what was recorded for us in Genesis at the time of the fall was a discussion between God and the woman, and the man was brought in later on. I've always concluded that in that context, the woman was the head. because she was the one who was addressed directly first before the man and everything. So so this brings me close to what I want to. Well, I don't know whether this is a suggestion or more of a question, but on understanding the nature of power in Scripture, it seems to me that power in Scripture and in ancient times, before civilization, before technology, power was associated with our physique, and so in that sense, it was more of a kind of aggressive power. But when you look at Scripture, you see a kind of persuasive or a subtle power that is more in dominance. For instance, the story of Abraham and Sarah and Hagar. Sarah was the one who said, "You could take this woman." Later on, Sarah was the one who said, "Send her away." So who was in charge? Even though the Bible tells us that Sarah was submissive to Abraham, everything. But you see that Sarah was the one who taking the most decision. As far as I'm concerned, because Sarah was more of the leader than Abraham. She decided what happened in that, because deciding the hair was very, very critical and crucial. Without that hair, there would have known Israel. But Sarah was key and central in determining the hair, which was more, in fact, without the hair, there would have been no land. And there's no need for the land without the hair. There's no need for the kingdom. There's no need for everything without the hair. But it reveals that Sarah made that decision. So today, persuasive power, in fact, everybody knows that we don't use aggressive power. Of course, military and the like, we try to use power, or government and the law try to use kind of authoritative power and the like. But persuasive power seems to be the most celebrated kind of power today. But don't we think that it is more important for us to see that from the aspect of persuasive power, that women are much more leading than men will do?
Okay.
That's a big question. I think I would say,
long question.
I mean, it's often, I think I would frame it in terms of overt power. So someone who has a leadership position might have overt power, but then sometimes there's covert power as well. And I would really strongly argue that neither men nor women are perfect or should have power. I think we need to look for wisdom and look for the wise people for their power and authority. And I think that applies in the biblical text as in our context today. There are women in the Bible who exercise authority in a really wise, helpful, kind, giving manner, but there are also women in the text who exercise authority in unhelpful ways. And similarly, there are men in the text who have power and exercise it in aggressive ways, and men in the text who exercise power or authority in very wise, thoughtful, kind ways. So to some extent, I think some of these questions are not actually about gender, but about what do we think leadership should look like, and then look to the text for those examples. But also, I think whenever we're reading the Bible, we need to think about, there was a person writing this. Why were they writing it? What was the message they were trying to tell? And who were they writing it to? Because all of those things influence what we put in our writing. And therefore, so the people telling the story of Sarah, why did they want us to know these things about Sarah? Or why did they want us to know these things about Hagar? Why were these stories recorded and not other stories? So for me, I think it's always best to come to the text with a range of questions rather than, and I don't think we get good answers. I think one of the things we're invited to is keep wrestling with the text and keep asking questions about what it might be saying for us.
Okay.
I noticed there is one more question in the chat that says, would you like to share with us how did the Western culture perceive women in the past before Christianity, after Christianity, and after the feminism movement? Since in Asia, even in many races have portrayed women as a possession before the Christianity has impacted Asia. Well, I think in Western society, there has been lots of treating women as possessions. And it does still continue in Western countries today. I think someone earlier said that Western and Australia and Western countries are more modern. In some ways they are, but in other ways it's just different. So I would say, don't think that we've got it all sorted out in the West. We certainly haven't. And while there are lots of feminist voices, there's a lot of backlash to feminism as well. And lots of women in Australia who don't want to identify themselves as feminists because of the negative connotations that has. So I would say ours is just a different story. It's not a better story. And be encouraged with wherever you see women rising up and being listened to and valued in your own society, and help us. I would like to hear those stories, because I think understanding different contexts helps us all grow.
Okay. Okay, maybe the last question. I saw the raise hand of Pak Yosapat Bangun. Could you, any question for you?
Okay, my question is, some churches in Indonesia have not allowed women to be ordained as pastors. One of the reasons is because of the calling of men to be leaders. What do you think about this, madam? Thank you.
Thank you.
So in the Lutheran Church of Australia, we also don't have women ordained, and that has been the subject of much debate over many, many years, probably 40 years. And there are biblical passages that suggest that only men should lead churches, but there are other biblical passages that really clearly indicate to me that women were also in leadership in that very early church stage, and in the first sort of years after Jesus. And Jesus himself lifted up women and called, I think it's Mary Magdalene, the apostle to the apostles. So I think this is again where we need to acknowledge that our biases come into reading the text. If we are biased towards male leadership, then we're more likely to give importance to the texts that say women shouldn't be leaders. And if we're biased towards women's leadership, we'll give more importance to the ones that say that women can be leaders. I think the outworking of not having women leaders is really problematic, and that's the reason I think we should have both women and men leaders. Women need to see themselves in leadership and hear their own voices in leadership, and men need to hear women's voices too, so that we can work together. It doesn't work if one group has dominance over another group, and that's true of gender, it's true of race, it's true of culture, all of these things. So all the evidence suggests that when we have a diversity of voices in the room, then better decisions are made. Okay, I think our time is up. Yeah, so very interesting this topic, or this the discussion. Thank you so much, Michelle, for your presentation. It's very, very valuable for us to watching it. So thank you so much. God bless. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So I bring back to Pak Andre. Pak Andre.
Yes, Mr. Wahyu Bintoro. Once again, I would like to thank to the speakers and moderators that involved in this session. Now I will present certificates to the speakers and moderator in this session. Okay. This is confirmed that Professor Michelle Ashwood, PhD, participate in International Conference on Religion and Education 2023 as keynote speakers, and presented the paper Reading the Bible as Woman, the Impact of Male Authorship, Male Dominance, and Female Absence in the Text. Also, there is certificate for Mr. Wahyu Bintoro
Thank you.
Yes, as moderator in session 9. So from committee, thank you so much for Mr. Wahyu Bindoro and Miss
Welcome.
Michelle Eastwood.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Michelle and everyone. Bye. Praise the Lord.
So we will move to the next session that will be moderator by Dr. Maya Malau, and as speakers is Miss Pamela Hendrahem.
I think Dr. Maya still muted.
Bu Maya masih
Cannot
mute.
hear.
Bu Maya buka, Bu Maya. No, Bu Maya, you still unmute.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Andre. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to second day presentation. I am Maya Malau, and I will be the moderator. Mr. Pamela. Oh, yes, okay. Mrs. Pamela.
Yes.
Miss or Mrs.?
Doctor. Yeah. Mrs. Pamela.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Pamela. Thank you for your willingness to be a speaker at this seminar. Before begin, I would like to introduce your presenter for this time, Mrs. Her name, Pamela Hendra Heng SPD, MPH, MA, PhD. And academic background, Doctor of Philosophy in Curriculum and Instruction, PhD. Master in Education, emphasis in Counseling Psychology, MA. Master of Public Health, MPH, from Universitas Advent Indonesia, and Bachelor of Education, major in English. His teaching experiences, teaching in the field of music, accordion, and piano teacher, and etc. Next, works position, Universitas Tarumanegara, Manager of Development and Collaboration, 2022 until present, lecture for undergraduate School of Psychology, 2018 until present, lecture of Graduate School of Psychology, 2008 until present, and Ananta Karya Sejahtera. Mrs. Pamela, many teacher experience, many research and public, and many book writing. Okay, and the next lecture title, This Influence of Spiritual Well-Being on Life Satisfaction in Educator in West Indonesia. Okay, without further ado, I like to welcome our speaker to start the presentation. Dear Mr. Pamela, times since 10 o'clock until 10:55 a.m. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maya Malal. And good morning to everyone, especially all the professors and lecturers and theologians. I'm sure there are some theologians here. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm Pamela. I would like to present to you maybe I need your help, Dr. Malal or the team. I need you to allow me to share screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Please.
because it is still not functioning well. Okay. It's not yet functioning. Can you make me as a co-host? Dr. Bobby, can you make me as a host, co-host? Is it working now? Hello? Hello? Is it working now?
Pak Bobby bantu Pak Bobby untuk jadi
I need co-host as a co-host so that
yes,
I can share my screen.
Untuk presentationnya.
Okay, I think it works now. I already press it now. Okay, thank you. Once again, I would like to greet everyone that you will have a good health today, and let's start studying together about the influence of spiritual well-being on life satisfaction in educators in West Indonesia. So my respondents are some educators and administrators who are spreading in the west of Indonesia, from Sabang to from Java to Bali, actually. Okay, so now I'm to share with you what are my findings, and as well as at the end of this presentation, I'm just trying to prove what the one of the video has been taught us. Some of you might have heard about it or have been seen about it. So this is, I think, all educators who are already made a decision to be educators. You have the dream that one day your students, they will tell you, thank you all, you helped me to reach my dream. And after several years, maybe when we meet together, when they are already adult and when they are already set up their work and set up their family, we will still see them happy. I'm so sure that you, and especially as Christians, we are also hope that they will have not only life on here, but also life hereafter. Okay, so let me start with something that why I choose this topic, because there's a group of educators, and as well as many of them are administrators. They told me that after the COVID, there's a lot more problem when they are adjusting to this hybrid learning. And they complaining about some students who are already experienced the COVID and now coming back to work, study, to school. They are not motivated. They are also not doing well in their study. But as my background, in psychology, and I'm hesitate that what they are telling me, but I'm more on maybe their methodology has some problem too. So this is the introduction. Educators is in charge of learning and teaching activities. They have many duties and responsibility, and limited time for refreshing. So I'm connecting that students' behavior is also connected to we as educators condition. So teachers have limited time with all the duties and responsibilities, and this will affect the teacher's happiness, and also will affect the spiritual well-being of the teachers, and this cause some this will affect also the life satisfaction. So if these two variables, spiritual well-being and life satisfaction, are connected, and this if we found out if it is low, then poor life satisfaction and well-being can also affect the quality and performance of the educators. Okay, so the next one, let me give you a little bit of the theory of life satisfaction by Diener and Ryan, 2009. Life satisfaction is an individual's cognitive assessment of his life, where the individual sees his life as good and satisfying by comparing it against the current situation with his standard of life satisfaction. There are 5 aspects when talking about life satisfaction, namely the desire to change life, satisfaction with the present life, satisfaction with past lives, satisfaction with future lives, and other people's assessment of one's life. And that one is the theory from the Darafit 2021. And life satisfaction in educators. Life satisfaction commonly denotes a judgmental process in which individuals holistically evaluate the condition of their lives based on their own distinct and unique set of criteria. Educators' life satisfaction would be low when facing tremendous workplace stress. Educators who have good life satisfaction and mental state are useful for effectiveness in school performance. So just take note that if educators have good life satisfaction, the mental state and as well as their mental state, this will be very effective in their school performance. Educators who have life satisfaction can develop themselves and contribute to education and the country. Life satisfaction in educators have some other factors such as culture, gender, age, social relations, income, length of teaching, type of work, level of education. Educators can feel satisfied in their lives if the pressure of work is proportional to the rewards received. Life satisfaction can be enhanced by spiritual well-being. So if we want to have a good life satisfaction, we need to base on our spiritual well-being too. Spiritually prosperous people have hope in life and are able to overcome difficulties in life. So these are the dimensions of the spiritual well-being. Yeah, we have 4: personal, communal, transcendental, environmental. This, the first one, the first dimension, it relates to intra, to self, to himself or herself in terms of meaning, purpose, and value in life of someone else or the educators. Yeah. And the next dimension is communal, deep qualities and interpersonal between oneself and others. And the transcendental, the relationship between man and God, the educators and the supreme being. So relationship with transcendental reality or God, encompassing faith and worship of God, and also the environmental, the attention and maintenance of the physical and biological worlds. These are composed of the spiritual well-being, which is the state of experience by an individual, so that he is able to face life situations with a sense of optimism. Okay. And another one is related to the affirmation of maintenance of interpersonal relationships with God, religious well-being, and with oneself, society, and the environment, extension well-being to create happiness and life satisfaction. Spiritual well-being is how people believe that there is an almighty God other than his creatures on earth. The higher the belief in God, the calmer his life will be, so that you can feel the satisfaction of life. Okay, the spiritual well-being as a strategy to deal with stressors has an effective role in reducing stress and increasing psychological health. A person without spiritual well-being, aspects of his or her life will be disturbed, and it will not be possible to achieve the highest level of life satisfaction. As we who learn about psychology, we always think we have the very important standard theory, which is from Maslow, and the highest one is usually what's this one? Life satisfaction. Okay, and the method that I'm using is actually with this standardized instrument. So I have these respondents from 21 to 60 plus years old, and this one is I'm using the satisfaction with life scale with the 5 positive items, unidimensions, and 7 scales, like a scale, and the alpha Cronbach. The Cronbach alpha is quite very high, 0.856. And then the other one, I'm using the Shalom spiritual health and life orientation measure. There are 20 positive items, and then there's the 4 dimension as I have talked about it just now, and 5 points like a scale with Cronbach alpha 0.964, and my respondents 83 educators, mostly are administrators. So these are the demography. I have a total of the most age group is about 41 to 60 years old, and then mostly are married, and then for the teaching mostly have more than 10 years, and some of them are school administrator, 48, and the rest is high school teacher and senior and junior high school teacher. And we have found it that yes, their life satisfaction is quite good. They have 4.7157, the empirical mean, which is higher than the hypothetical mean. So means that they are quite satisfied. They are satisfied with their life, and the spiritual well-being, all including their dimensions, all of them are higher. And so from the normality test, we found out that this one is actually not normal. So maybe I made a mistake here. No, the normality test is normal, so that's why we use the correlations test Pearson. and we figure it out, the spiritual well-being contribute, correlated to life satisfaction, because the statistics shows that it has a positive relationship between spiritual well-being to life satisfaction. And this one also the same, or the dimension of each of the dimension of the spiritual well-being is correlated to life satisfaction. And that's why we found out that the influence of the spiritual well-being is actually 24.6% towards life satisfaction. So very important that all the educators, we have to build a very good spiritual well-being, because it contributed almost 1/4 of the total number of 100% of life satisfaction. And we also try to figure it out whether I'm trying to figure it out whether there are differences in life satisfaction between age and marital status, length of work or job. And I figure it out that only age and length of work will have some differences when we do some statistical testing. And so it means that age and length of work can contribute to the life satisfaction, but for spiritual well-being, none of them will have any significance towards the differences. Okay, so then in conclusion, I'm presenting it very short, but the last one, I'm going to show you a video. Based on the results of research, spiritual well-being has a significant positive relationship with life satisfaction. Spiritual well-being has a 24.6% effect on life satisfaction. There are significant differences in life satisfaction based on age and length of work. Okay, I'm trying to see if this one will already, I think I better show it so that make sure that this one is already connected with the sound. Okay, I'm sharing with the sound now. Okay, so this is the current one.
We've been taught that hard work equals success,
Of
which
you
equals
have
happiness,
listened to
right?
this already.
Wrong. Research proves happiness is actually a precursor to success, not the other way around. Did you know? Neuroscience proves that we are hardwired to perform at our best when we are happy. Studies show that happy, positive, optimistic people earn higher incomes, set and achieve more aggressive goals, experience less stress, remain calm in high-pressure situations, are more energetic, recover from illness faster, and live longer. Happiness is serious business. When we engage in positive, real-life relationships, our bodies release chemicals that actually help reduce anxiety and increase concentration and focus. How you feel and your attitude toward life all stem from your thoughts, actions, and where you focus your time and energy. Yet we are constantly surrounded by negativity. If we want things to change, we have to create the change. And we start by choosing positivity and happiness. Just imagine the possibilities if there were more happy and positive people in this world. A world with more peace, optimism, and compassion is possible. Like a pebble thrown into a pond, it only takes one to create the ripple of happiness. Happiness is so contagious and infectious that one positive person can spread happiness to more than 1,000 people. That means all it takes to create change on a local, regional, state, country, global scale is one person. And research shows that just by spreading happiness, you actually become happier. You can choose happiness and choose to share it. You can be the catalyst to spread it directly and indirectly. Are you that one? It starts with you, yet it's bigger than you. Happiness is bold. It is courageous, audacious, and challenging. You have the power to choose happiness and to spread it. Join the movement. Share the movement. Be the one who makes the difference. And live happy.
Okay. I'm sure we all remember one verse when it talks about happiness. Rejoice, and again I say rejoice, Philippians 4 verse 4. And I'm going to add more to this one. Proverbs 16 verse 20, those who listen to instruction will prosper. Those who trust the Lord will be joyful. So my research and my presentation is up to here, and a warm thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Pamela. And all right, now we'll move to question and answer session. If you want to ask question, please raise your hand. Thank you. Oh yeah, okay. From the box, yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Can hear. Okay, no. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Okay, I have emailed Mr. Okay. Okay, inbox nothing. Dear Pamela, you are amazing and clear.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Esther Tandana, from Esther Tandana. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Pamela, for your valuable research. May I ask about how many samples do you use for this research? 82, sorry. Please.
83. At that time, the one that was the person that were able to attend is about 100 something, but they have to leave earlier. So that's why I got a little bit a small amount of what's this one, respondents. But as what I remember, during the COVID time, we are also reduced the sample size, and I'm so sure if I can have the relationship at this moment for small number of respondents, it's still correlated, positively correlated. I'm sure if I got more samples, it might be much, it might be the same results that I will get also. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Any question, everyone? Okay. Nothing question and raise. Oh yeah. STT Missy William. STT Missy William Carey, please.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. I want to ask Ms. Pamela about, you said that to have a joyful and life in the
Could you please open your video maybe, Bu Maya?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Co-host, please.
Yeah, thank you.
What's your name, please?
Yeah. Wait. My name is Marice Saragi. Oh, wait, something. Okay.
On the way.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Now I want to ask Miss Pamela. You said that before, if you want to make life in the joyful and live in the prosperity, we have to we must have good relationship with God. Yeah, and I want you to explain about that to be clearly. It means that if we have a good relationship with God, we will have prosperity or something like that. Please explain again, Mrs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Very,
Miss
yeah.
Saraki. I will again give some extra explanation. When I talk about the spiritual well-being as the base of life satisfaction, actually I am trying to read a lot of journals and also a lot of other books just to make sure that this will be able to see that many people already done this research and since I figured it out that mostly positive, so it's time for me to find out what is the influence. So what is the influence? How much this spiritual well-being can contribute to life satisfaction? And I finally through this research, I found out it's 1/4 actually from life satisfaction. It means 25%, yeah, almost 25%, 24.6, yeah. We can round it into 25%. Is a big number. So the rest, we will still try to see what are the factors, what are the variables that will contribute to it. And when I talk about spiritual well-being, remember just now I have a few in this research with the standardized instrument. It has actually 4 dimension, right? 4 dimension. So spiritual well-being not only talk about ourselves with God only, but actually it talk about ourselves with ourselves. Many times people cannot forgive themselves, so need to do something else. Okay, so this will be meaningful purpose and value in their life also. Yeah, intra. So I just only give you an example with the forgiveness of oneself, but actually that is from the what's this one, from the research journals that I read. Yeah, but because now I'm not discussing about forgiveness, so I did not show you the journal. Anyway, my point is spiritual well-being, it's not only between man and God, but actually with ourselves and also with our community. So it means the interpersonal. So there's the 4 one. Dr. Maya Malau, if you
Yes.
don't mind, I want to share the slide that I have shown before. Is it okay?
Okay.
So that it will be clear.
Yeah.
So this is the part.
Okay.
See, there's a dimension of spiritual
Dimension.
well-being,
Yeah.
personal, communal, and also the one with God. And remember, from since the beginning of this world, God created Adam and Eve, and He gave work to Adam and Eve to take good care of the environment. So that's why this should be complete one, talking about spiritual well-being. And fortunately, my respondents, all of them, yeah, when we look at the statistical test, we found out they are all higher, yeah, their mean empiric is higher than their hypothetical mean? So that it means they have a good dimension. It is four dimensions. That's why their spiritual well-being is correlated with one another. And finally, it proves to give about 25% that contribute spiritual well-being, contribute to life satisfaction. I hope this will be clear to you, Miss Saharaki. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam.
Dear Pamela, thank you for your explanation. The next asking from Sri Mulyani, please.
Okay, thank you, Miss Maya. Miss Pamela,
Yes.
I see in your slide the R square value of 0.257.
To 4.6.
Yeah.
Yeah. To
The
4.6, something like
of
that.
the variables studied is very low. I think very low. Only 24.7%. Why is the influence of the variables this study so small?
Okay.
But to me, it is not small. It's actually a lot because it's 1/4 from the whole total of life satisfaction. Because there are some research, even you take a lot of respondents like 100, 300, but maybe they will show you the results of 9% or 10% or maybe 12%. This is actually 1/4 is a lot. So we have to take good care of our spiritual well-being actually. As educators, as theologians and all the administrators, we need to take good care of ourselves, our spiritual well-being that will contribute to our life satisfaction. And as I told you, this will affect to our students. This will affect to our students' life. And when we are happy and most of the things, when we are satisfied, life satisfaction is actually, when we talk about it, is actually happiness. And I can use another standardized instrument like subjective well-being. That's the next one. I'm trying to see if there will be the same one. Maybe some of you want to join together. It will be nice to do some research together. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I hope that you consider it's very high because we need to take good care of our spiritual well-being. Thank you.
Okay, dear Pamela, thank you so much. And Sri Mulyani, thank you for your asking. And any more question, please? Any more question, please? Nothing? Okay. And
I have one, Umay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. A little question for you.
Please, you are
Pamela Mrs.
Yeah. Okay.
Usually,
I saw a question. Sorry, can I answer first? I saw a question there in the box.
Yeah.
Oh,
not yet. Please, you write in the box. Okay.
Yeah, I saw a question there.
Okay, silakan. Please.
From Esther. Are
already.
all of them came from the same religion or different religion or belief? They came from the same religion and the same belief. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And
hope that Esther got the answer. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Yoka.
Yeah.
Please.
Maybe this is the last question.
Yes.
Mr. Pamela, I say thank you. What your explanation about your journal maybe. So I ask you, what is the reason for researching? Yeah, considering that most teachers do not receive sufficient salaries. You use for dimension and products life certification. I agree that certification is the standard of closeness with the God alone. After that, if his life in the hard life, maybe there is not teaching a good. Are you agree? Thank you.
No, I'm not agree with you. Sorry. So teaching teachers, doctors, nurses, yeah, and many what's this one? Many job position, yeah. There are many of them are calling. I'm so sure, like pastors are also calling, right?
Yes.
So it really not depends
Not
on
job.
Of course we teach, we also thought about the salary, right?
Yeah.
I'm so sure everybody is also agree about it. But when you look at as Christian educators, we still have another purpose, right? We have a commissioner written on Matthew 24, 19 and 20. Please read it. So you have another calling for that. Aside from the calling as teachers, the profession, you have a calling from God. And of course, when talking about money, this is what I believe. Yeah.
Hallelujah.
It's not stopping to
What I
speaking
believe
about
is,
the money, yes. Until
yes,
when, I don't know, yes.
yeah. What I believe is how much money, if you have a pile of money, you have a mountain of money, you will not still enough.
Yeah, yeah, good.
So depends on how you manage it. Okay. And then, yeah, there's a lot of way as teachers nowadays. You can write books, you can do a lot of things.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for explanation from dear Pamela, and thank you for your asking from the audience. And finally, now we have reached the end of this presentation. Would you like to say thank you to dear
Thank
Pamela?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me and give some questions.
I hope we meet again
Thank
the
you so much.
next time. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's meet again next time.
Thank you for your
Hopefully can see you face to face.
Okay, thank you.
In
The next time. Okay, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. God bless us. Thank you. I return to Mr. Andre.
Yes, once again.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah.
As a committee, I would like to thank the speakers and moderator that involved in this session. Now I will present certificates to the speakers and moderators in this session. So this is the certificate. This is confirmed that Miss Pamela Hendraheng, SPD MA PhD, participate in International Conference on Religion and Education 2023 as invited speaker and presented the paper, The Influence of Spiritual Well-Being on Life Satisfaction in Educators in West Indonesia. Also, the certificate to Miss Dr. Maya Malau as moderator in session 10. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. God bless you.
God bless you all.
Yeah,
So-
Mr. Famela, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Jadi dah. I'm sorry, ampun Tuhan.
So now we will move to the another session. So I will invite to Dr. Octavianus Nathanael as moderator and invite Miss Esther Tandana as speakers to present the paper.
Good morning. I hope you can hear my voice clearly. Andreas, is it okay? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, but the voice is maybe can be more louder.
Okay. Are you hearing me now?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
Miss. Mr.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I believe you are all excited now after the 2 sessions earlier. Thank you, Bu Maya. Everyone, we are going ahead now. I would like to introduce our speaker to you. Our next speaker will be Miss or Mrs. I don't know, Esther Agustini Tandana. Maybe Esther can introduce herself later. I would just want you to see, or maybe I can read it for you also. Esther was a graduate from Vineyard Institute, Indonesia on 2015, and from the Ecumenical Theological Seminary, Indonesia on 2017 on Master of Education. And for her Master of Theology, she was graduated from Changjung Christian University, Taiwan. Esther is she has a very good fundamental on communication, teaching, translation, Indonesian, Mandarin, English, Hokkien. Wow, that's great. I need you here to help me for the Hokkien ministry, Esther. And also in activity planning, counseling, leadership, cross-field study, and etc. She has quite a number of experiences. As you can see, Esther was a missionary for Indonesian students from 2006 to 2007 from the Beijing International Christian Fellowship, China. She is also the assistant pastor, youth ministry coordinator, children ministry coordinator on GBI, Gereja Bethel Indonesia, River of Life Indonesia from 2008 to 2015. Teaching assistant of Dr. Yusak Tanasya from Pokok Anggur Theological Seminary Indonesia from 2015 to 2017. As also was teaching assistant of Professor Wu Siren, translator for International Program for Sustainability and Development, teaching assistant of Professor Wu Kijin James, English study partner for Taiwanese elementary students in rural area of Changjung Christian University, Taiwan. She is also doing her part-time research assistant for high school campus, restorative justice supplementary teaching materials and implementation mechanism development project. Oh, this is the title, yeah. From the National University of Tainan, Taiwan, Department of Counseling and Guidance from 2021 to 2022. She was a youth counselor, Mandarin service coordinator, international students ministry pioneer, and church administrator in Lin An Presbyterian Church, Taiwan, internship student from 2020 to 2023. Esther is currently a lecturer for character and Christian education for children with special needs, and introduction to communication skills in Moriah Theological Seminary, Jakarta from 2022 right until right now. She is also currently a full-time research assistant for fulfilling the protection of human rights at sea and supporting the sustainable development of fisheries with technology establishing human-centered decent labor policies in distant water fisheries research project at National Chung Chang University, Taiwan, Department of Labor Relations from 2023 April until now. So, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Ms. Esther Tandana. She will be our next speaker, and I hand over to Esther. You want me to help you in the PowerPoint, or are you doing it yourself?
It's okay, I can do it myself. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Octavianus Nathanael.
Yes,
Yeah.
take it over.
Yeah, talking about feminism, sometimes I wonder why women always have the difference between Miss and Mrs. while men only Mr., right? Okay, however, I am Miss Esther Tandana. I come from Indonesia, but recently I am in Taiwan working as a full-time research assistant. So once again, good afternoon to all the professors and all the educators, theologians and students and all the participants at the floor today in the International Conference on Religion and Education Forum. So today I'm going to present about cyber violation. Okay, so let me try to present it. Okay, so can all of you see my slide? Okay, cyber violation, safeguarding hearts, combating romance scammer, and restoring hope in our church community. Okay, before I start my presentation, I want to greet Mrs. Yoke, because you said about material, about money right before. So I just want to say, like, having much money doesn't really mean that you are not, in a well-being, because be very careful with the romance scammers in these recent days, okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yoke. Okay, so let me introduce about cyber violence and romance scam. What is actually cyber violence in our digital age? Okay, so cyber violence is the use of computer system to cause, to cause, facilitate, or threaten violence against individuals that result in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, psychological, or economic harm or suffering, and may include the exploitation of the individual's circumstances, characteristics, and vulnerabilities. Okay, so this is the definition that given by TCY mapping study on cyber violence, where it's stated in Europe. And then actually they are still doing refining their definition on cyber violence, because it's very hard to define what is actually cyber violence in today's world, since there is a lot of strategy systems that they are doing in cyber violence. So but at least TCY mapping study, they had tried to define what is actually cyber violence in today's world. Okay, it may start online but often ends offline with devastating consequences for the victims and their families. Threats of violence, stalking, incitement to suicide, solicitation of children for sexual purposes may all result in the victim self-harming or being physically attacked by the initial perpetrator. It is important to act in order to prevent cyber violence from happening and to protect and bring justice to the victims. So from a lot of types of the cyber violence, today I want to focus on romance scams. So at the heart of these scams lies digital deceptions, a complex web of falsehoods and manipulations that prey upon the hopes and emotions of individuals seeking love and companionship in the virtual world. Okay, so it triggers your emotion and your need of love and companionship. So they use your needs to trick you and then make you the next victim for the material sake. Okay, so some of the most common romance scams include: one, fake dating sites. so many of the many people today, they are very popular to using the dating apps, but be very careful because a lot of dating apps also be infiltrated by these romance scammers. So they use the fake profile and they start to chat with you and talk with you, and like people seeking a person seeking for love and so on. But later on, using this scam to to scam you, to fraud you, and asking for your money. So scam dating sites claim to be legitimate, but are actually filled with scammers or underpopulated. These websites are created to mine your information, especially your personal information. And the second common romance scams is photo scams. Scammers will convince their target to send their professional information in exchange for intimate photos. So when they get you or they lure you into their scam, and then you start your, your relationship with him or her, then they will ask your, your photo, your private photo, or more than that. So and finally, after you don't want to follow them, they will treat you with all of these photos or videos even. And then the third one is military romance scams. So the scammer will pose as a military member, likely deployed. They build trust by using military jargon and titles, then ask for money to cover military-related expenses, such as flights home. Okay, so they will pretend like they are military person and so on, but finally they will ask for your money. And then the fourth is intimate activity scams. The scammers connect with their target on multiple social media websites. Once they become closer, the scammer convinces them to undress and then threatens them with the recordings. So usually they will ask you to do the video call, and when you get intimate with them, then they will ask you, to do like all the, sexual behaviors and so on, and get you undressed, and then they will record you. So in their video call itself, they have, such of, they have installed some of application. Then when you do the video call, they will just record all of your activity. Okay, and then the next one is code verification scams. Scammers will send a fake verification code through email or text, posting to be a dating app or website. Once you click it on, it will ask for the personal information, including social security number, and credit cards. So usually they will send you some application or website, and then once you click it, then it starts like a malware that is installed in your phone or even in your digital, your laptop and so on. So when you click, then they will ask some, like you have to put some password and so on. So, and when this malware get into your phone, then it's easily for them to control your phone and even draw your money. Okay, next is inheritance scams. Scammers will make their target believe they need to get married in order to get their inheritance. In this case, they will ask them to help pay for something like airfare. Okay, so they will propose you and saying like, okay, I love you and so on, and then asking you like, okay, promise you that he or she will marry you, but finally at one moment he will ask you to, like, sending some money for him, so that's the common fraud they create. And then the malware scams. Malware is also common on dating sites. In this case, the recipient will interact with the scammer who sends them a website that looks legitimate. However, it's a page that includes malware. And then sugar daddy scams. In this type of romance scams, a scammer will pose as a wealthy individual looking to send money to a younger person in exchange for online companionship. Once they build your trust, they will ask for an upfront fee or personal information before sending you allowance. And the reasons, the current type is pig butchering scams. And this scam is actually originated in China, and typically like cryptocurrency scams where actually they will ask you to do some investment once you get close with them and doing like financial trading. And at the beginning they will the scams process is usually they call packaging, raising, killing, and kill. So what does it mean with packaging? So packaging is usually they will package themselves, tend to look so handsome or so beautiful, and like make you believe that they are rich person, they are very very luxurious, have a luxurious lifestyle and so on. And then they will start to raise you by doing some like tricking your psychology by many of sweet words, praising you, doing very such a nice behavior, so make you feel that you are loved, you are you are cared, and so on. So after they make you fall okay. Okay, so after they make you fall in love, after they make you trust in them, they will start to kill you by, like asking you to, okay, let's play some game, and then let's do the investment together. And then they will start with small amount. Okay, just try. And after the small amount, that you will see suddenly that the cryptocurrency is increasing, and you will feel like, wow, it can give you benefit, and they will ask you to like invest more and more. And at one moment suddenly your account is blocked and you cannot get out, you cannot take out your money. So it's how they will kill you, and finally you are totally killed. So however, we have to know that the strategies are quickly changed, and the scammers always find new ways to trick the victims. So how does it work? Let us see.
I don't know whether everyone can hear the voice, Esther.
Okay, so according to the SCARS, Society of Citizens Against Relationship Scams Incorporation, the recent data show that every 15 seconds, 2 relationship scam victims. And in 2022, around 59.4 million victims of relationship scams, occurring at a rate of 1 victim every 8 minutes. This translates to a daily account of 11,506 individuals falling victim, with an additional 5,523 new romance scams victims added each day, and 7,300 reported suicide-related incidents among romance scams victims. And according to Federal Trade Commission in 2022, nearly 70,000 people reported romance scams and reported loss hit a staggering 1.3 billion US dollar. The median reported loss of 4,400 US dollar. And let's see about the reports that Federal Trade Commission received about romance scam and how it grew over 5 years. Okay, so we can see the trend from 2017 and until 2021, and it never stopped growing even until today. And in 2021, total reported losses were more than 6 times what they were in 2017, and the number of reports grew to more than 3 times than the 2017. And according to this FTC also, they revealed that scammers who manipulate individuals into sharing explicit image subsequently use this image as leverage by threatening to expose them to the person's social media connections. This form of coercion is called sextortion, and these reports have increased more than 8-fold since 2019. So people aged from 18 to 29 were over 6 times as likely to report sextortions than people 30 and over. So about 58% of 2022 sextortions reports identified social media as the contact method, with Instagram and Snapchat topping the list. So what are the actually issues related to romance scams? How does it actually work? We have to realize that this is internet fraud, and it is a borderless crime, which make it hard to address. What I mean with borderless crime is usually the one who contact you will say that they are not in your country, they are offshore or somewhere else, or working offshore and so on. So it's very hard for the national law to to find this person and even put some penalty on them, because it's borderless crime, and it have to work between a nationality, between international law have to really address this issue. And everyone can be a victim. Okay, so we have to realize that it's all gender, all ages, all races, all nationalities, all professions. Don't ever think that, okay, I'm very smart, I'm educated, I will never get scammed. Oh, I will not, I know about romance scams, or, and so on. Some people, they don't really know, and they think like, they won't be scammed. But actually, the data show us everyone can be a victim, even whatever your profession is. But the statistics also show that women are more susceptible to the scheme. And it also have the money laundering system behind. And if you see this picture, where in this picture we see that there is actually a boss behind them. And so I said in the last part is like worldwide organized crime. And one of the finding also say that one of the biggest actor is Nigerian Black Age, which now already have the connection in 26 countries all over the world. So there is a boss, and and he will ask his people to find the victims, and other will be a communicator, and then they will text you and pretend like, a very good man or very beautiful woman, very caring about you, and make you fall in the romance scam, in their fraud. And then we'll ask you to send money to other victims sometimes, and then the schemes is, keep on going, and it's hard to, really detect who is actually behind this scam, because the money laundering system is very wide, and it is over donation border. So it's international border, like from Malaysia, you can send your money to Cambodia, and then from Cambodia you will send to the Vietnam, and so on, and to China, and so on. Okay, so the concept behind all these proprietors also, include the human trafficking system. So they will make people to work for them, and then all these human trafficking issues will let them cannot get out from this trap, so they have to work for this boss. So romance scam itself were the third highest internet crime loss in 2021, according to FBI. So why do people fall for these online romance scams? Because the first one is lack of awareness of romance scams. Second is overconfidence. And then the third is scammers are very good at what they do. So don't think that you are stupid if you ever be a victim, because scammers, they are very good at what they do, and they are not doing it alone. We have to really notice this, that they are not doing it alone. So don't think that you are like talking with one person, actually not. You are talking with an organization behind. And the fourth one is the intense emotions that the scammer built with the victim. And the fifth, which is actually the number one factor why people being scammed, is the loneliness factor. Because like social catfish, they find that 43% of the victims said that loneliness was the number one factor in their being scammed. So the aftermath of romance scams usually is financial losses, shame, and emotional wounds that impact their trust, self-esteem, and ability to cultivate meaningful connections. And so now, as a church or as an educator, what should we do amid the threat of romance scams? Okay, in Matthew 16, verse 3, we have to be reminded that we have to be alert. The Church of God, we must know how to interpret the signs of the times. We are living in the digital age, and everything we are doing right now is digitalization. So in this digital world, it's very easy if we are not smart enough to fall in their trap, and they can just take away all your money by fooling your emotion. And we have to also realize that the fact that the being reported a case only 15% out of 100%, which means that the statistics show us that 85% are unreported. Why? Maybe because people feel shame, people feel like the victim feel like they are stupid, and their self-esteem, and feel like, okay, I don't have to report it, I just close it and just end all the case, and so on. So actually, if we open our eyes, maybe a lot of victims around us, but it's only it's like invisible recently. So as a church, what should we do to prevent these romance scams? A church of God, this is some of my suggestions. A church of God must be a caring and loving community where people feel home and experience real fellowship. So Church of God, because the main cause for people falling into romance scam is loneliness. So we have to being remembered that we as a Christian, we are called for a community, a real fellowship. So people must feel home, and they have to experience the real fellowship in the love of God when they come to church. And the second thing is offering workshops or seminars on online online safety, including how to recognize and avoid romance scams. The third is encouraging members to be cautious when interacting with strangers online, and raising awareness about the signs of a potential scam, such as requests for money or personal information, and creating a reporting mechanism for potential scams within the church community. So the members of the church should know where to report if they fall into the victim. So they won't feel ashamed, but they know how to seek the help when they really meet the case. And how to support the victims. This is also some of my suggestions, because again, it's very hard to find a journal in the pastoral care and so on, especially in theology, talking about the role of the church combating the online scam. It's still so rare. I have to be honest that it's very hard to find from the theological perspective. So this is this is my suggestion, how to support the victims in our church. So we have to creating a non-judgmental atmosphere in which victims feel comfortable seeking help. And then we have to provide a support network for individuals who have been affected by romance scams by offering counseling, spiritual guidance, and assistance. And maintaining confidentiality is crucial to protect the privacy and dignity of the victims. We have to really understand that it's very private, confidential issue. So don't report it, don't tell anyone without the consent of the victim. And then we have to cooperate with law enforcement authorities when necessary to address scams that may involve criminal activity, and promote a culture of care and support within the church by offering genuine friendship. And last, I think it's very important to build a worldwide network, because the crime is borderless and it is organized. It is organized crime. So it is essential for the church to not only provide pastoral care within its own congregation, but also to collaborate with other churches and other entities, just like psychology and NGO and so on, in combating cyber violence, especially romance scams, and in establishing a comprehensive emotional support network system for the restoration of the victims. What I mean is just like this: if the victim come like they report in Taiwan, so they can get connected. Okay, we report the case, maybe the Indonesian report the case to a center, and then we have to really working together, how the local churches also get information and can find these people and can be activists to proactively reach out to the victim if only they need help or consultation, because it's again is a borderless crime. So alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Okay, thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Esther. We have about 11 minutes now for our question. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, anybody have a question? Yeah, Aku Stephen Bikums. Are you here? Yes, Mr. Aku Stephen, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Esther, for that great and excellent presentation. I must say that as a Nigerian, yeah, this is challenge to me that Nigerians are terribly hated everywhere in the world because of a few who are mostly who practice not as of scamming. They might not scam me, but I am affected by their actions. If someone hears that I'm a Nigerian, he said, this guy must probably be a scammer. And even if I am not, as Kamau have not whether what it takes to be in scam. Yeah, anyway, that was just by the way. In a modern Western individualistic context, it is extremely difficult to find love. And that is why, in fact, it is a catalyst, it is a fertile ground for the scammers to perpetuate their activities because people are lonely and individualistic. And in that case, it's extremely difficult for them to be able to find love. They don't see people around, so how can they fall in love? But my worry is the fact that, so how much can the church do and how little has it done? The reason for this is the fact that I don't know what is the percentage and what is your findings, or what are your findings with respect to that. But it seems to me that in a cultural, communal context, it might be a little bit difficult for people to fall prey to these online romance scammers, because if I were to be in my village now and I refuse to marry, my grandma will go and bring a lady for me and I will say, look, I've brought a woman for you. And even if I want to marry and I can't find a girl, in the church, one lady will see that this guy is singing fine. Probably I will love him, and it becomes easy for me to find love in that context. But in a Western individualistic context, where religion has been relegated to a private life and gathering is completely almost neglected. And so that is why I say that is my worry. So how much can the church do in that kind of context when people are not part of the church? They are lonely because they stay home. Because even here in the Netherlands, I have people from Nigeria who tell me they are still looking for love. I say, look, you are not looking for love. If you're looking for love, go to the church, go to where people gather, go to gathering, you find love. But by the time you stay in your house alone, there's no way you find love. Love is relation. You have to be in a context to be able to find love. Okay. But so how much can we do? And how little have we been doing?
Please.
Okay, so I answer directly the question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Aku Stephen, Professor. I think Professor Aku Stephen, or Doctor. I think. Okay, so yes, thank you for the feedback. And yes, that the primary cause is because people feeling lonely and they hard to seeking the true love, even in the church, right? And that's a great question. How much a church can do, So that's why I raised this question as well, or I raised this issue as well, because I think like the church, we have to really consider what is our extensions, our presence must really mean for the world today. What the church really called to be in the world today. So it's very important to address the issue of what church really is. Okay, because in today's world, we tend to see a lot of church is only, like even developing the hierarchy system and become another kingdom and not becoming the kingdom of love, actually. So it's very important for us to, really go back home. And as we work in the church as a pastor or even as a counselor or whatever your title is, or how do you really contribute to the church, is we have to really go back and think about this question. If God asks us to love God, and not only to love God, but also to love others as we love ourselves. Okay, so it's very important. We love God. We know that we are loved by God, and we love ourselves as well, because if we don't love ourselves, we don't know how to love people. And because in early presentation, Mrs. Pamela also said it's also spiritual well-being is also talking about like how you deal with yourself, how you love yourself, how you understand yourself is very important. Because if the church also equip us with the knowledge about who we really are and how we should see ourselves in the eyes of God, how we should also love ourselves and love our neighbors as well, and just like you say, live in a communal society, I think it can solve a lot of problems. Like, at least even when people fall to their prey, there are some people they can still talk with, and there are some friends in the church that can really warn them, be careful, can you trust this man, like some of like your guide system. So I think it's very important to work together and to build the fellowship, the love fellowship, the true fellowship in the church itself. So I propose this idea as well, because it's just a calling for the church to really reflect to its own calling as a church. So
Thank
how much
you.
we can do is all back to us as the worker in the church, as the pastor, as educators who knows about the love of God. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. We have about the remaining about 3 minutes now. Maybe the last question will be from me.
Okay.
Because it's an important thing also for the church. I just want to tell you, it's not easy to tell our children nowadays as how to face this challenge and how to not believe whatever they see or hear from the social media. Is there any other tips you can share to us as you see how we can speak to our children about this, And I've seen, yes, recently I've seen a young lady fall in love with someone whose age is like her grandfather's age, And it's all because they feel like maybe, I don't know, maybe in economy problem or something else. I've seen also pastors who wanted to build a church and they got cheated by this kind of scam, asking them to send money first and then they will get more money after they send the money. And luckily they spoke to me and I said, no, that's a scam, be careful of that. Any other things you can say maybe before we close this topic? Esther, we welcome you, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing this great questions. And I think, yes, one part that the church has to do is also educating the family about, how the family itself should be the first source of love for the children. Because if the child from their childhood, they don't lack of love or attention from their family, usually they don't go outside to seek for love. So the church, the Christian family should be the first source or the first place where the children can trust, can share, and without judgment. Sometimes we as a parents, we tend to know too much, and we tend to see our children as less important. So we keep on educating them. You should do this, you should be aware, and so on. And then finally they become sick of you. So why don't give them some space to be themselves, to deliver their emotions, to deliver their thinking, and be critical since they are young. Because even the young people, the children, they have many questions, But unfortunately, our society, you see a child when they are like 3 years old, 2 years old, when they begin to speak, they have a lot of questions. But when it comes to the family, the society, the church, or like the school or the family will ask them to shut up your mouth. What do you know? You are, So they begin to be afraid, and they don't tell their feeling, they don't tell their opinions in their family, because the education system that we create in our family and in our church or even in our school. So let them be free to them, free to be them, and then let's be their friend to guide them, as well as to be their parent who listen to them and be there when they are in need. Okay, so I think it's very important because love itself is to give freedom to people to be themselves. So if you are too much, like too much talking or educating, sometimes it will keep the distance between the father or the parents and the children itself. So this is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our time is done, Pak Yusak Pundiono. I'm so sorry that we cannot continue, but maybe you can chat Esther later on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry that we cannot go on with this interesting topic, but I can conclude a bit from what Esther said. Let's start from our home, because when we have the what you call the control, the love at home, start with the love at home, at least we can save our family. And then from there we can continue to our church and our Bible school or the schools wherever we are. Thank you, Esther. Thank you for your time, and thank you for this wonderful time together. I hand over to Pak Andreas. Thank you very much for this time, brothers and sisters. God bless you all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Esther Tandana and Dr. Octavianus Nathanael. So the committee give a certificate to Mrs. Esther Tandana, participated in International Conference on Religion and Education 2023 as invited speaker and presented the paper Digital Violation, Safeguarding Here, Combating Romance as Scammer and Restoring Hope in Our Church Community. And certificate give to Dr. Nathanael as moderator in session 11 International Conference on Religion and Education 2023. Thank you, both of you. And we move to next session with Esther Tandana as moderator on presentation by Dr. Yudit, Dr. Wilhelmina Yudit Tiweri from Institute Agama Kristen Negeri Ambon and Friends. Dr. Yudit, are you here? Dr. Yudit. Wait a moment. Yes, sorry, Dr. Yudit, so too late join with us. Okay, Ms. Esther Tandana may introduce Dr. Judith Profile, please.
Okay, so please allow me to share the screen. Okay. Okay. Okay, welcome back to the floor. I hope all of you still fresh to this, okay, to this next session, because I believe that our speakers today will also deliver a good insight for us. So today we have 3 speakers for this session. So they are Waldemina Judith Tiwari. So her education background come from Bachelor of Science in University Kristen Indonesia Maluku in Indonesia, and she earned her Master of Humanity in Universitas Tanata Dharma Indonesia, and she also received her doctoral degree from Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana Indonesia, and she is very experienced as a lecturer in Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Ambon. And our second speaker for this session is Paulus Eko Kristianto, and he also graduated from Bachelor of Science from University Kristen Duta Wacana Indonesia, and he got his Master of Ministry in Sekolah STT Amanat Agung Indonesia, and his Master of Philosophy from Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Dri Jakarta, and he earned his doctoral degree from Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Indonesia and Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana Indonesia, and he is finishing now, so is his second doctoral degree. So his experience is he worked as a teacher in Sekolah Pelangi Kasih Jakarta, Indonesia. And the third researcher as well for this session is Brediana Agnesiana, and with the education background from Bachelor of Science from Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana Indonesia, and she earned her Master of Education from Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Ambon, Indonesia. And her experience is she worked as a teacher in Sekolah BPK Penabur Indonesia, Jakarta, Indonesia. And today they will deliver to us such an interesting topic with a title, Critical Religious Education for Senior High School Students in School. So time and floor are yours, Miss Judith. Please have your time. Hello? Yeah, Miss Judith? Mrs. Judith? Okay, you are welcome to present your speech today.
Boleh dibantu slide-nya, Bu?
Okay, you want me to help me to share the PPT?
Yes.
Okay. Administrator, would you like to send the PPT to me, because I haven't received your slide actually, to be honest, so sorry. Oke.
Ya.
Boleh dibantu mungkin dari pihak operator, atau mungkin boleh dikirim ke saya supaya saya bantu untuk presentasi.
Iya.
Oke. Materinya, Pak Bobby, I'm so sorry, Pak Bobby.
Yes, wait a moment. I'm waiting. Bu Judith file, yeah.
Okay. I'm so sorry, Bu Yudi, because to be honest, I haven't received your file. So I cannot help you to present your PPT today. But yes, you're very welcome to speak with us today.
Oke. Mana nih? Yes. Okay, our research about critical religious education for senior high school student in school. Okay. Please next slide. Senior high students are facing some problems in try and enter themselves, and they need guidance from teachers. Religious education is expected to support the implementation of critical education. Yes. Next. Cool. Enable learnings to be grounded in the biblical faith and make connection between the connect of the faith and living. For the teacher in partnership with learners, building a space and process for learning, and learner responsible contributors to a learning process. And process of education, theological, reflection, scoring and knowing, interpreting, living and doing the faith. For the context of making a learning community that empowers faithful learning across the age. Implication for ministry, preparing people with a story and faith to live responsible and faithful in the face of the world. Critical education of Henry Greaves. Critical education is built on strong encouragement and principle that help students and teachers to develop an awareness of freedom, recognition, authoritarian tendencies, and their relationship between knowledge and power. Critical education is a movement that allows for constructive education on praxis for a more democratic and humanities education. Critical education includes the relationship between teaching and learning. Critical education contains a continuous process of what is called learning, relearning, reflection, and evaluation. Modifying religious instruction to critical religious education. Goal, enabling learners to be grounded in the biblical faith and make connection between the content of the faith and living with critical thinking. The teacher in partnership with learners, building a space and process for learning with critical thinking. And for learner, responsibility contributor to a learning process with critical thinking. Process of education, theological, reflection, recording, knowing, interpreting, living, and doing to faith with critical thinking. For the context, making a learning community that empowers faithful learning across the age with critical thinking, and implication for ministry, preparing people with a story and faith to live responsibility and faithfully in the faith of the world with critical thinking. Okay. Okay. Demikian presentasi ini. This is our presentation, and please to Pak Bobby. Demikian.
Okay, thank you, Miss or Mrs. Again, the same question. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Judith, for your presentation. Can the floor listen to my voice? Hello?
Yes, I am.
Hello, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Mrs. Judith, for your presentation about critical religious education for senior high school student in school. Okay, so before I ask questions, so maybe I can open the for the floor. The time is open for the floor to raise a question. If you have any questions or comments, maybe please, you are welcome. Okay, is any question from the participants? Maybe you can type in the chat box. Okay. Is there any question from the floor? Okay, so before maybe other participants ask the question, anyway, if you have any question, please chat in the chat box. Okay, so talking about critical religious education for senior high school student in school, I think it's a very important issue as well, because like in many countries, they don't really have the religious education for the high school. But some argumentation also say that the religion is also the source of problems. So why finally they decide not to teach religious education in the school in some countries. So Mrs. Judith, what is your opinion related to this pro and contra? When some party maybe say that, okay, let's religious education only be taught in the church or in religious institutions rather than in the school, because because we can also see that religion can be an instrument for political, sake. So for political interest. So what do you think? Should we really teach Christian education in the school or in high school or not? What do you think?
Okay, thank you for the question from Miss Esther. And I will answer the question because this research you 3%, right? And based on your question, Ms. Esther, I think that religious education, especially when we modified it into critical religious education, can happen not only in church, but can happen in the school or in the society or many kind of faith communities. So when it constructed into critical religious education, it need critical education. Such as in this research, we using by the argument or the thinking or paradigm from Henry George. By integrated it, we can make how to build a critical religious education. And based on the politics of Indonesia, when it talk about religious education can only happen in church, I think I don't think so, because critical religious education can happen in the church, in the school, and a society or faith communities. But in our research today, we propose critical religious education can help in senior high school students, especially in school, by integrated with Henry Roach and Curriculum Merdeka, as well as one of the national curriculum that help from uh, our education ministry in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paulus, for your explanation. Okay, I also see one participant is raising her hand from STT Missy William Carey. Okay, so if you have any question, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss. Okay, this is the interest topic. I think, yeah, I want to ask you, what should we do, yeah, to make the student to become a critical religions? Because as you know that in our government, maybe only once per week about the religions, yeah. How can we make the students to be a critical in the religion? Because there is, I think, the time that the government that given for the senior high school is limited, I think. Yeah, what should we do? Okay, thank you.
I think that I'm sorry, may I know your name?
Okay, my name is Marice Saragi.
Miss Saragi, I called you. Yeah, I think that your opinion, Miss Saragi, and we talk about critical religious education. Maybe in the school have limited time, and we can increase it into a church and society and family. So we must work together to build and practice it, because our model that we propose to us about critical religious education not only a models for school, but maybe it can help in church, in family, in society. But we must modify it clearly by integrated or adding the special context that happen. So this is not only in school, but also in everywhere. But please, but we must add or modify it based on the context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As my suggestions, as a teacher or also as a pastor, we have to come to some of the schools, that to make them, to lead them in like PA, I think it will aid their knowledge about the religions. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Bible study can be one of the practice of critical religious education.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see another hand is raised. Mr. Josaphat Bangun, please, if you have any question or feedback.
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, Indonesian has studied religion too much at home, at school, 12 years at school, formal school, I mean, and one semester at university. The reality in the Indonesian is not getting better in many area of life. I think it's time for the religious education curriculum to be completely evaluated. What do you think, madam? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for thank you for your answers, for your question. I'm sorry. I agree because we get so many material of religious education, and it is not not equivalent with the increase of morality and religious. Uh, so we see many students cannot be good person or maybe not be a good man into the practice of their lives. So this is for was started from critical religious education can be one of standpoint to build how to integrate it not only for cognitive but also maybe integrated with psychomotor and effectives, so it work together to get to reach the student to make them be a good man or a good woman into practice in their lives. So the effect of religious education can be greater and greater, not only small as well as you said in your question needed. Uh, Maybe Bu Yudit or Mbak Bredina. Mbak Bredina is also the third researchers. Maybe I will add. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Maybe another question.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Paulus. And is it enough for Mr. Josaphat for the answer? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Paulus. So the next question comes in from our chat box. It comes from Mr. Bobby Putrawan. The question is, does critical religious education relate to and can be implemented among young people into the elementary school and in the church? And how many population were used in this research? Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for this question. I think that critical religious education only can help in senior high school because kindergarten and elementary not yet capable as well as a participant in religious education by using critical because uh, because in because in senior high school they have a major critical thinking, so they can integrate it context intra and extra themselves and elaborated it into make critical religious education. So maybe the last our presentation in ecological religious education, if you attend, can be held in kindergarten and elementary. But in this moment, critical religious education only can help in senior high school because the one sub of critical
Excuse me,
thinking.
lost your connection just now.
Ah, okay, sorry. Okay, maybe in the last our presentation, ecological religious education can help start from kindergarten and elementary and senior high school. But in this moment, critical religious education not only can help in senior high school because the requirement when it can be helped is the student must have critical thinking to elaborate and do it. Thank
Okay,
you.
so
Yeah.
do you mean that children, they don't have critical thinking?
Complex critical thinking.
Mhm.
Because when based on the research from PAC, critical thinking can be held in the uh, 12, 12 years old above, and before 12, the student maybe only have abstract thinking and concrete thinking.
Okay, so how, Mr. Bobby, do you have any further questions related to this answer?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think I want to ask one more question since I saw that a lot of you are working as a teacher in high school. So what are actually the biggest challenge to work as a teacher in high school, especially religious educators in high schools in Indonesia? Would you like to share your experience with me? Thank you.
Experience in Indonesia, maybe Ibu Bredina as a teachers in senior high school. I'm not a teacher in senior high school. Ibu Bredina, can you start it?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paulus and Ms. Esther. Maybe the challenge is many things problem because the young students is mencari identitas and then
identity.
Ya, identitas. Dan sekarang itu mereka lebih mengikuti yang sedang tren. Ya, jadi apa yang populer itu yang mereka ikuti. Tanpa mereka tahu apa yang baik untuk mereka. Dan ini sebabnya kenapa kami mencantumkan ini, critical thinking ini, supaya mereka belajar atau can help young students develop a respectful and open-minded attitude towards different faith and world views. However, the implementation of critical religious education might differ based on the context and educational policies of a particular religion or country. Jadi ketika mereka diperhadapkan dengan begitu banyak kehidupan di luar yang tidak ada dalam kurikulum, mereka terkaget-kaget. Itu sebabnya kenapa pentingnya dengan tadi kita mengajak mereka untuk berpikir lebih kritis dan juga perlunya difasilitasi dengan berbagai macam dialog antar agama. Itu menurut saya.
Okay, thank you. Hard on you, Miss Radiana. Okay, so okay, so thank you for the response. And so
maybe I'm
okay
a little bit.
Okay, sure, please.
Bu Esther,
Yes,
ya, thank
please.
you.
Tahu nggak yang ditarik anak itu apa namanya?
Bu Esther, ya. It's very, very hard. I see you writing this is the journal. But I would like ask to three. What aspect of it are you focusing on just for high school kids? I agree with Esther. So from the kindergarten, the SD,
elementary,
that is very important for we give them how about your social environment, because this is the era modern is very individualistic, and the church, I think the church and the parents, maybe the educator can be cooperate in make the curriculum like the government, Merdeka, kurikulum Merdeka. Jadi why you didn't thinking about that? Thank you, Bu Esther.
Okay, please, our presenter, maybe you can have your feedback to Mrs. Yoke.
Okay, thank you for the question from Ibu Yoke.
You're welcome.
I agree it can be held started from kindergarten, elementary until senior high school. But it may be cannot called as a
Makasih ya, Mbak.
critical religious education
Coba.
because
Yang lagi sibuk.
Sorry, we cannot hear your voice, Mr. Paulus.
Oke, maaf koneksi saya bermasalah tadi.
Mungkin internet.
Iya, I think I agree if maybe critical religious education can be held in start from kindergarten, elementary until senior high school.
Elementary.
Yeah, but maybe cannot say like this is a critical religious education because when we call critical religious education, the critical thinking is one of the requirement to build it. And based on the research from Song PAC, critical thinking can be held in the student started from elementary 6th class, but in the complex can be held only in senior high school. So by using it, we think that critical thinking religious education maybe can be held in senior high school, be complete or be perfect. Then kindergarten and elementary. In this statement, it's not means that critical thinking is not for kindergarten and elementary student. They have it, but maybe they don't have it complex like senior high school, especially when it constructed into critical religious education. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paula, Mr. Paulus. Okay, Mrs. Okay, is it okay with the feedback?
Yeah.
Okay, because our time is limited, so I give
It's okay.
the two last page.
Thank you.
Okay, it's for Mr. Yusak. I see Mr. Yusak was raising his hand before.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, please.
Thank you very much. I think the problem of Christian education in high school is one, expensive, very expensive. So not all Christian family can give their sons or their children going to high school, Christian high school. The number two is the teacher. In Christian high school, not all the teachers are Christians. Some of the teachers not Christian. Because they're not Christian, so they do not know how to relate it, what they teach to God and to others. That's a problem. And when the Christian high school have a teacher, they also with a background education of the teacher, that's not so good. Especially for the Christian curriculum itself. So this is the opportunity to us and to the church, how the church and community, Christian community support the Christian high school in their area, or maybe synod organization, church organization to support the Christian education or high Christian high school in their area. That's what my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the feedback, Mr. Yusak. Any feedback from the presenter, or is it okay? Because if there is no more feedback, I will jump to the last question from Mr. Bobby in the chat box. Another question from Mr. Bobby: what areas do the research cover and what challenges do you face in this field? Can you re-explain about the solutions offered and implementation from the research result?
Yeah. Okay. Research in the area of critical religious education can cover a wide range of topics, including but not limited to the first, pedagogical approach to teaching critical religious education. The second, the impact of critical religious education on the development of student critical thinking and tolerance. The third, comparative studies of different religious education systems and their effectiveness in promoting interfaith understanding. The first, the role of critical religious education in fostering social cohesion and religious harmony in diverse communities. And then the influence of cultural and societal factor on the implementation of critical religious education. And the last, the relationship between critical religious education and the promotion of ethical values and moral development in young people. In the term of challenge faced in the field of critical religious education, some common issues include navigating sensitive religious topics while maintaining an inclusive and respectful learning environment, addressing potential pieces of or prejudice that might arise from different religious perspectives, adapting curriculum and teaching methods to accommodate different religious beliefs and practices, overcoming resistance or opposition from individuals or groups who might perceive critical religious education as the threat to their belief or tradition. And certainly, solution different from research result in the field of critical religious education can be instrumental in addressing the challenge and fostering a more effective and inclusive educational environment. Some key solutions that can be offered and implemented include: one, developing inclusive pedagogical approaches, and then implementing intercultural and interfaith dialogue program, and then training education and leaders, and then integrating technical education and collaboration with religious institutions. And the last, creating safe space for dialogue. Maybe that's the answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Bradiana, for the feedback and the answer. Okay, due to our time, I pass the time directly to Mr. Bobby. Time is here, please, Mr. Bobby. Thank you for all the presenters.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Once again, as a committer, I would like to thank the speakers and moderators that involved in this session. Now, I will present certificates to the speakers and moderators in this session. Yes, this is the certificate to the speaker Dr. Waldemina Yudit Tiweri, that has participated in International Conference on Religion and Education 2023 as speaker and presented the paper Critical Religious Education for Senior High School Students in School. Also, there is certificate for Dr. Paulus Eko Kristianto and Miss Bedina Agnesia NPD. And then there is certificate for Esther Agustini Tandana as moderator in session 12. Thank you so much for all of speaker and moderator that has involved. So finally, we come to the end of part one of this conference session in this day. So there is a break so that all of you can take a break, and we will meet again in this Zoom. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. We will come back in after break with the speaker is Professor Dr. Theology Hans Johnson, with moderator is Henry A. C. Mendy, PhD. So this is the information. Thank you everyone.
Masih di mute, Bu.
I think you're still muted.
Unmute, Bu Sri.
Bu Sri still unmute. Ya, ngomong terus.
No sound.
We couldn't hear you, but I think I can proceed so that we can save the time. All right. I'm going to proceed because I'm sorry, Bu Sri, because we couldn't hear you, but I'm going to proceed with the moderator. And I hope everyone can hear me. The next presentation will be delivered by Professor Aku Anton Kimbus, PhD from Vrije Universiteit, Nederland, with the theme, I Thought You Were My Brother, Christian Dilemmas Amidst Religious Persecution. So this should be delivered at 2 o'clock p.m. There was a misunderstanding with Dr. Heinz Jansen. So we're going to change the presentation and the schedule. I'm going to introduce Professor Aku Anton Kimbus. Anton Bikums, I'm sorry if I can't pronounce your name right. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope everyone can see it. So Professor Aku Anton Bikums is lecturing, teaching, and research publications with expertise in religion and theology. And his areas of interest include philosophy of religion, analytic theology, and systematic theology. His CV is quite long here to present, but there are important things that I will read for you. His experiences can be seen here, 2023. He's doing postdoctoral research associate at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. And he conducts in-depth research on discerning divine presence and absence in collaboration with colleagues at the Faculty of Religion and Theology at the VU Amsterdam. And he's also analyzing how we can make sense of divine omnipresence amidst suffering. From September 2019 to May 2022, he was a PhD researcher at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam in Netherlands. And he was doing independent scientific research on the problem of evil while receiving feedback from an academic advisor and presenting work in progress at various research groups and conferences. And he already defended his thesis, and he published publicly, and the diploma was already awarded. And in October 2019 to August 2019, was a lecturer, pastor, administrator, Evangelical Reform, the Evangelical Reformed Church of Christ. And from August 2014 to May 2016, he was a student assistant at the Theological College, and his education has already been delivered before. He's right now a doctorate in philosophy from Vrije Universiteit, and he also already published works, and there are many works that he published. Among them is Divine Providence and the Problem of Evil in Free Will Theism at the International Journal of Biblical and Cognate Studies, April 2021. And his the time division for this section is 30 minutes presentation, 12 minutes discussion, and 3 minutes acknowledgement and symbolic handover of certificate of participation. And so here is Dr. Anton Bikums with his presentation, and the time is yours. I need to stop my sharing screen. Please.
Thank you very much, introduction. I was thinking that I'm going to be presenting later on. So yeah. Let me see if I can share my screen. Yeah. No, I'm sharing the wrong one. Okay.
What's wrong?
Yes. Thank you. I was sharing the wrong screen. I think I find the right one now. Thank you very much for the introduction. And so my paper is, I hope you can see my screen now. Yeah, so yeah, my paper is titled, I Thought You Were My Brother, Christian Dilemmas Amidst Religious Persecution. It is estimated that the number of people killed in the 20th and 21st century in the name of religion is more than those killed in all the first 19th centuries put together. Although every religious person is, first of all, a citizen of a particular state before they are believers in a specific religion, one wonders why our humanity and citizenship have not recently medicated the issue of religious intolerance and persecution. On an average, one person is persecuted, and not just that, but is said to be killed in places like Nigeria in every 2 hours for their faith in Christ. This means that 14 people at least are killed every day in Nigeria in the name of religion. This dehumanization, particularly in the global south of the hemisphere, contradicts our cultural and communal worldviews and convictions. In many African and Asian societies, the concept of relatives, or what we call kinsman or kinswoman, goes beyond immediate family members and is often used to denote familiar bonds and profound social and communal ties. This interconnectedness forms the backdrop against which religious persecution is flourishing today. In other words, although we are really communal and
we live together as a community. For this time, in the African context, we have what we call the Ubuntu philosophy. And this Ubuntu philosophy, the idea is that the pains, the joy, the happiness, and everything that belongs to my brother or sister is mine, and vice versa. So that if my sister is suffering, I am suffering. My brother is suffering, I am suffering. So we are living together. So we say, I am because we are. And if we are, if I am, if we are, therefore I am. In other sense, in other words, I don't exist for myself, but I exist for the sake of the community. And every member of the community exists for the sake of each member of the community. Despite all these religious community and this strong family bond and tie, one still wonder why we're still in a mess, that the level of persecution and killing of fellows in the name of religion is still on today. Christians in the global south are treated differently by their kinsmen and women in the name of religion, despite inheriting the same legal rights as their fellow nationals due to their faith. This extreme disparity between legal equality and social reality presents a moral and ethical dilemma for Christians. They are also pressured to conform, and such they hide their faith, or sometimes try to conform the identity to the majority's religious culture in order to find peace and safety. Christian minorities in many countries have suffered discrimination and violence, and are often accused of committing blasphemy, which attracts harsh sentences. This is the case in Nigeria, Pakistan, and the like. Anti-Christian violence and discrimination have increased recently in India, and Christians are also faced with an option of converting to Hinduism to evade persecution, which might conflict with their religious identity. Of course, it will not be just to mention this without mentioning the context of this research, which is Indonesia. I read from the reports of the American report on the religious persecution in India. And this statement is gotten from there that Indonesian authorities continue to detain and sentence individuals to prison for violations of blasphemy laws. So addressing these apparent discrepancies is crucial to ensure that Christians can be treated as humans in peace and live in peace with their fellows. So for me, what happened is when a human is persecuted to the extent that they are killed for their faith in the name of religion, to me, I see that as what we call extreme dehumanization. They are reduced to a level lower than that of complete humans. They are treated as animals by their own fellows. Of course, a lot of discussions have been going on around how we can live peacefully with one another, and that a lot of those issues were discussed in most of the papers before this time. As such, I would not want to repeat a lot of those issues. And so I will just point out a few hindrances to religious dialogue. And yeah, so a few of these hindrances include the following. So the notion of life in relation to power. Clearly, Islam is an all-encompassing religion in which there is no distinction between politics, religion, and culture. For Islam, all of life is religion, and so there is no distinction between politics. Because of this all-encompassing nature of life, for a Muslim, when they live in a secular state, they don't accept it. They see this as a form of persecution on them. And so what they're advocating and how they understand life is completely different from us. For instance, for a Christian, what it means to live is to live for Christ. What it means to live is not to break down social hierarchies, but is to transform social hierarchies as salt and light of the world. So for us as Christians, what it means to live in power, what it means to live this life seems to be a bit different from how an Islamic understanding of power or life in relation to power is. We live our lives for others, and in fact, in the light of the New Testament, the Christian life is completely not about this world, but about the kingdom of God, and this kingdom is doing the will of God. That is the concept of life that is probably not the same as probably what Islam we understand it. There are also historical tensions. For instance, the Medina massacre, the issue of the what we call the crusade. There are also several colonial legacies. There is also issue of jihad. There is an issue of what we call the theory of abrogation, and this issue of dhimis, kafris, and jihas. What do all this mean? For instance, in Medina, after the Prophet of Islam, peace be unto him, has established the theocratic society in Medina, a lot of things happened at that time. In Medina, when Muhammad arrived, there were Jews and a few Christians. So when he arrived in Medina, he had this nice interaction with them. And in this nice interaction, they lived together. But at the time, historians, because probably not on the same balance regarding the number of people that were killed, but it is believed that because of the magnitude of the people that were slaughtered, that their blood could flow through gutters like rivers, because almost 2 tribes of Israel were massacred. And why were they massacred? Because they denied or they refused to accept Prophet Muhammad as a prophet. And as a result, they were massacred. In the Middle Ages, Christians had crusade for over 200 years. And this crusade also had implications for how Christians relate with Muslims, because they also wanted to take over the Holy Land, which was at that time under the control of Muslims. And in fact, the so-called Roman civilization or Christian civilization of the Roman Empire in that time, including North Africa, had already been taken by Islam and was under their dominion. So the crusade for over 200 years was an attempt to capture all these lands. And so that leads to killings and all kinds of destructions by Christians. Those crusades were carried out by popes of the church at that time. Colonial legacies in most countries where the West have colonized other host communities. Sometimes they leave these legacies where there is tension between religion. In Nigeria, that colonial tension continues to today, because for the desire for dominion, it seems UK, the Queen probably handed over Nigeria to Islamic rulership because the Muslim system in Nigeria provided them with a fertile ground for their indirect rule. And so in the end, power was left in their hands when Nigeria got independent. This has led to tension till today, to the extent that they can never be peaceful coexistence, because these legacies continue to persist. Another thing is one of the cardinal pillar of Islam is jihad. And it is clearly stated in the Quran that Muslims are enjoined to wage the war of jihad against unbelievers. And there are a lot of serious commands from the Quran. For instance, Quran 2:199 argues that, and kill them whenever you encounter them, and expel them from where they expelled you. Oppression is indeed worse than murder. Do not fight them at Masjid al-Haram unless they fight you therein. If they fight you, then kill them. Such is the penalty of the unbeliever. So yeah. So and there is other one that says, then kill those who disbelieve in Allah and the hereafter, and do not consider forbidding what Allah and His Messenger had declared forbidden, and those who do not adopt religion of the truth and their religion from those who have been given scripture. And so when he speaks about the people of the scripture or the people of the book, he refers to the Jews and the Muslims. And they say, kill them until they pay the jizya, which is a kind of tax that were paid by the dhimmis. The dhimmis are second class, or what we call protected citizens. They are called the kafiris, that is unbelievers. They are the infidels. So, but yeah, so jihad command Muslims to kill so those who don't believe in Islam. Of course, I know that Muslim scholars labored day and night to make sure that they prove to people what jihad means, and to say that it should not be understood from that perspective of war alone. However, the mention of the name jihad alone and that its inclusion in the holy text of Islam alone is a justification, is a basis for extremists to exploit it and to manipulate it for their selfish gain. And as such, Muslim scholars have propounded what they call the theory of abrogation. And this theory of abrogation states that latter Quranic verses supersede earlier ones. So the Medinan surahs, the early Medinan surahs and Meccan surahs were actually nice and good to the people of the book, or that is Christians and the Jews. They were sympathetic. Those surahs said that, so for instance, so if you are in doubt, O Muhammad, about that which have been revealed to you, then ask those who have been reading the scripture before you. The truth has certainly come to you from your Lord. So never be among doubters. In other words, the early surah spoke peacefully and sympathetically towards Christians and the Jews. And in fact, and Muhammad was asked that if he is in doubt of his calling, of what has been revealed to him, he should ask the people of the book, that is, he should have Christians and Muslims about it, and they could give him further explanation. Of course, but today, Islamic scholars believe that the Bible is corrupt. And so because the Bible is corrupt, so there will be no reason to ask Christians or to authenticate Islam with Christianity today. And so the theory of abrogation states that, so in that case, sympathetic part of Islam today does not hold, since the latter part of the Quran does not speak in a sympathetic way to Christians. Another point that is a great hindrance to religious dialogue with Muslims is religious extremism and the quest for establishing a full-blown Islamic theocratic society patterned according to Islamic laws and jurisprudence. This is the case with terrorists like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like ISIS, like Boko Haram in Nigeria. They don't believe in a secular society. They want a complete theocratic society, which is governed by the Quran and Islamic laws. In that case, those who are not part of this those who are not in are excluded. And because they are excluded, then what the Quran says about them will become in full force. So one wonder why, that is the case, and why Islamic scholars don't seem to worried about the negative connotation these passages has to Christian-Muslim dialogue, or have to other humans who are their fellows. So political manipulation and weaponization of religion is another thing, including terrorism. For instance, an Islamic scholar in Nigeria once stated that Boko Haram are freedom fighters. In that case, it means that someone somewhere else is sponsoring those terrorists to protect his own or her interests. They are being manipulated for their own selfish gain. Of course, this has always been the case, even in Christianity. At the time, the popes and the cardinals and even church leaders sometimes try to abuse and hijack religion for their selfish gain. In the Bible, we see that if it were not for the fact that God was in charge, there's a possibility that even the Bible would have hijacked by probably leaders when they were spoken bad about. But that was not the case, because God guided his word. And there was no possibility where the prophets could be subjected to the kings or to in their time. But that is not the case today, because leaders are hijacking religion for their own interests. So religion has been weaponized in government. And so when politicians want to canvass for elections and the like, they come in the name of religion and propagate a certain dominant religion for their gain. And then when they eventually get to leadership, such a weaponization of political manipulation of religion in some cases don't really yield any positive result. There is also the issue of social or community pressure. Of course, one has no reason to doubt that political leaders or the government are the ones who are persecuting Christian minorities and other minorities in such kind of setting. However, the basic weapon that is used for such kind of social pressure, or achieving the purpose of persecution, is the social context or the community where people come from. That is why I say it is a dilemma. These are the dilemmas, because these people are our brothers, they are our sisters. They are the one the community or the law or the religion is used to oppress us. For instance, it is not a new news that when a Christian marry an Islamic girl, that the lady is persecuted, or they are and the girl is not persecuted, but when a man, a Christian, married a Christian girl, she is pressured and persecuted. Or when someone, whether a woman or a man, decide to convert to another faith, it is the immediate family, it is the immediate context, it is the immediate social context to which these people find themselves that put or exert a lot of pressure on them for converting to another faith. And so we are not killed by strangers. We're not persecuted by those who are far away from us, but by those who are close to us. These are our brothers and sisters who are the ones who persecute us. They are the ones who kill us. And one wonders what happened to their mental reasoning because of religion, that they kill us and that we are being persecuted by them. As a result of social pressure, people try to conform, people try to change their identity. I can tell you that I have an uncle today who bear an Islamic name, a Muslim name. We have most of them are that in northern Nigeria answering Islamic names, because if they don't do that, they might not get to be admitted in the institutions or recruited in the police or army or getting the kind of job of their choice. So for them to be able to get a kind of job they want, then they have to conceal their identity by answering Muslim names so that they can be admitted or get the job of their choice. Another thing is the issue of what we call the Islamic Ummah. And this Islamic Ummah, the Islamic Ummah is a kind of final decision-making body in Islam. And so one thing can be discussed on the table when we come to religious dialogue. We discuss and then we agree that, look, this is what we're going to be doing. From now following, we have agreed that, okay, no one should persecute another one. We're going to live in peace and the like. But it is not about what we discuss with them in the public, but it is what the Ummah decides in secret. So we can agree that we are going to be living in peace with one another. We can agree that Christians should also be allowed to participate in a project or something, but the Ummah is going to be the one to be the final decision. So if the Ummah said no to the decision that was made physically together, they will not come back to tell you that this decision has been revoked. Rather, the implementation of that decision will not work because the Ummah said no. So whatever the Ummah said no to it, it's done. So these are a lot of things that have restrict or mitigate the flourishing of religious dialogue in such a context. Yeah, so the next issue I want to bring up is what I call just peace. And just as Luke chapter 1, verse 79, speak about guiding our feet into the way of peace. And as Christians, now that there are a lot of issues confronted religious dialogue, what should we do? And how can we pursue peace? Because that's what the Bible says, that we should follow peace with all men, without which no eyes can see the Lord. So peace is a command for us as Christians. So in that case, we should attempt at combating just war, because for them, war is just, war is a way which is commanded. In fact, I have not read some of the passages, but it is clear that in the Quran, those who go into war have different, higher reward compared to those who don't go to war. And so how can we combat just war with just peace? So our understanding of peace in the first place is completely different from how the world understands it. And Jesus said what? The peace I give to you is unlike the world gives. And so the understanding of peace, as far as Christianity is concerned, is not the absence of war. It is not the absence of war, but the presence of someone greater than the war, which is the presence of God. So our peace is not about the absence of war. The Bible is unequivocal about peaceful coexistence and societal cohesion. It is a command that we all live in peace with everyone because it is our identity as Christians to do so. And so we don't have, of course, there seems to be reason for just war. Even Augustine of Hippo, a Christian, also suggests that. But in contrast to just war theory, a just peace theory has not been put forward. This theory states that peace is not an absence of conflict, but the presence of creative process that make human communities more skilled and habitual at working through their conflicts without resorting to violence or demeaning one another's dignity. Christian peacemaking begins and continues as forgiving sinners assemble around the table of the Eucharist, recognizing Jesus Christ's non-violent self-giving and receiving the grace of his actual and abiding presence. The essential duty of every ethical viewpoint is to make methods and objectives consider or to accept the burden of proof required to explain any discrepancy. Human beings are expected to thrive when ends and procedures are closely linked so that the means used to pursue ends are congruent with or reflect those ends. In other words, being created in the image of God or in the image of Christ as resilience grants us the resilience to thrive in conflict situations. So violence can never be a means to peace because we have been recreated in the nature of God. So we must value the sacredness and the dignity of humans and therefore must not dehumanize anyone. We have been called to peacemaking, which involves dialogue and seeking for justice. So we are agents of peace and transformation. And so we cannot add to violence in our society. Of course, as a teacher, many of my students have asked me, Prof, what do we do? The Bible asks us to turn the other cheek. We have turned both our cheeks. We have gone for miles with prosecutors, and we have given all our coats that we don't have anything. What do we do? Don't you think it is time to take up our arms and also fight? However, Jesus Christ made it clear that those who live by the sword will die by the sword. So as far as peaceful coexistence is concerned and our calling in Christ is concerned, we cannot use violence to get peace. But one cardinal thing that we are compelled to do is that we must pursue peace with all humans and be the voices of the voiceless in our societies by speaking out against powers that dehumanize us. So this is, it is compulsory that we must speak to authority. We must challenge those who are perpetrators of this evil, whether individually or collectively. We must speak no matter what. We have to compel we must speak against any attempt to dehumanize the humans. To me, ultimately, our suffering as Christians is a participation in the passion of Christ, because we have tried our best. We have been pursuing peace. We have done our best to live peaceful with our adversaries. But peace is far from us. One wonder why all our dialogues, all the effort we have put into place, yet our communities are not living in peace. I want to suggest that we look towards the end, and that end is that our suffering is a participation in the passion of Christ. The New Testament ethicists emphasize suffering as a sign of discipleship, contrasting with the Old Covenant. Jesus taught his followers that suffering was inevitable during his earthly ministry, and that they will suffer for his name's sake. Suffering is seen as part of character and spiritual formation. It produces perseverance and hope. Christians are not of this world, but pilgrims, and they must endure suffering because suffering authenticates that they belong to Christ. Because Christian suffering is commendable as it serves the purpose of refining our soul and glorification with Christ, because he first suffered for us and died for us. And so because we are now united with him, ultimately we will also suffer with him. The way to glorification as far as Christianity is concerned is the way of the cross. The author of Hebrews emphasizes the importance of remaining faithful to God despite hardship and persecution, leading to, because in the end, there is a greater reward. Union with Christ simply means recapitulating the experiences of the cross into our lives today and progressively waiting for our final exaltation at the eschaton. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anton Kimbus, for your presentation. It's really interesting with the situation that you presented. And we jump to the next session with our discussion for the presentation. Anyone who wants to ask questions can either directly ask the questions by raising your hand or type it on the meeting chat. We've already got one question from Dr. Esther Tandana, and I'm going to read it for you.
Yeah.
Professor Aku, thank you for sharing about the political situation in Nigeria. When I did a research about Black Axe organization, I read that it is closely knitted with the politic as well. Thus, there is a saying in Nigeria, mafia politic. Would you like to elaborate further your knowledge about this gang, such as, is Black Axe a threat to Christianity as well in Nigeria? And is this organization related with ISIS or any terrorist organization? Besides, based on your sharing, I want to know further, does Ubuntu principle only works for same race or religion or organization background only? Anyway, I'm so sorry to hear about your country's situation. There are several questions.
Yeah.
You can answer.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. First of all, Black Axe, these are occultic organization. And so most of these occultic organizations, of course, are related or connected to politicians. But they are not really physical threat to Christianity as such. Why are they not? They are threats and they are not threat. In the first place, they are threat because Christian youths who are part of them are invariably affected. The church is affected in that aspect, but their activities are not targeted at religion. They are not targeted specifically to particular religion. No, they are being used as instruments by politicians. For instance, even in a Christian-dominated southern Nigeria, that is mostly where they operate. They are used, so various politicians use different occultic groups to achieve their aims. So when they want to look for political positions, and then they use those cultic guys to snatch bosses, to destabilize elections, and to rig election for themselves. That is the kind of situation where they use them. They don't use them to attack religious people directly. But of course, maybe the activities somehow could affect us if the country becomes bad due to their bad way of leadership, then we are affected. But directly, no, they don't have any connection with religious persecution. Their connection is purely with politicians who rig elections for themselves. So they're like political weapons by politicians for their selfish gain. So they are not directly connected to politics. I mean, to persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The issue of Ubuntu philosophy, I think is, how do you say it in India, Savdara or Savdari? How do you call relative, kinsman or kinswoman? Is it something like that? I think so.
Saudara, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
Saudara. So yeah, so it's not an idea that is purely an African kind of really idea. I think it's an idea that is obtainable in the global south of the hemisphere. It is an idea that is connected to what I mean, the global south of the hemisphere. I mean Asia, I mean Latin America, I mean Africa, that we have this communal understanding of life in between us, in this communal way of life. Like I read in my paper, the idea of being a brother or a sister is not just related to just my brother whom we have the same mother or the same father with, but it is more than that. It is the community seeing ourselves as relatives. So we are knitted in such a way that we see ourselves as being interconnected in such a way that we should not be able to harm one another. So that is my argument in this paper, that despite that we are closely knitted as a community, one wonders why I should be killed by my brother, why I should be dehumanized by my own sister, that we speak the same language with her, coming from the same community with her in the name of religion. So yeah, Ubuntu is a general philosophy that might answer different names in different contexts, especially in the global south of the hemisphere. And when properly explored, it can lead to, it can mitigate the problem of religious persecution. I hope that is clear.
Thank you so much for your answer, Dr. Anton Kimbush. Do we still have any more questions? Okay, if there is no other question more, I would like to ask one question for you regarding the conflict situation between religions in Africa. Do you think?
I try to.
Okay, there is one question.
I try question, yes. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you can ask first, and then I can ask the last question.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Stephen. I listened to the material and your explanation. I feel sad. I feel sad for the Christians were so oppressed. They were even killed because of the name of Jesus. True? Yeah. I cannot comment on feeling of Christian oppressor because Indonesia ever been like that, but not the killer and maybe not the persecution. Yeah. But I see your country is very, very sad if I hear. So why the Christians, the people Christian, not speak or information of the level PBB, PBB, UN, United States. Why? Or maybe you all the Christian already give message to the UN, but there maybe not do something. How do you come?
Yeah, thank you very much. That is a good question. The truth remains that sometimes when we say it, people don't want to accept it, and they think we are shifting the blame to the West. But I can categorically tell you today, without fear, that Anywhere America goes, there will likely be less peace. Anywhere you find the West connected to, especially if there are a lot of resources to benefit from, peace might be reduced. You might not have peace as expected. Now, let me tell you why I said this. This is not just a blatant assertion. Now, in 2014, the then president of Nigeria asked the president of United States to help Nigeria fight Boko Haram. What they asked in return was that Nigeria should legalize gayism and lesbianism first before they could provide help for the country. And the matter was thrown to the legislature to discuss whether they want to legalize gayism and lesbianism and all these LGBTQ in Nigeria. And the lawmakers voted, and majority voted against. Because majority voted against the bill, Nigeria was not helped, and Boko Haram continued to watch strong till today. Some of the terrorists who are captured in Nigeria, Boko Haram terrorists, some of them are French nationals. You find them with French guns and ammunition. So what is French doing in Nigeria? Now, the answer is just simple. Where Boko Haram is located today is a mining site. There are all kinds of minerals deposited in that place. And so mining is going on in what we call the Sambisa forest in Nigeria, where you have this Boko Haram terrorists. You go to Zamfara state, is one of the states that is worstly being hit in Nigeria today. It is also a mining site. So those illegal mining are going on while these terrorists, while they are perpetrating their nefarious activities, illegal mining is going on. So all these things that were supposed to be mined legally by the government to change the life of the people, they are being mined illegally and moved to other countries to be refined, and they become useful to other countries while the people in Nigeria live in suffering. Now, besides the fact that terrorism is being used by some people, some powers, Western powers, the same media in Nigeria and those who are their tools in Nigeria are also making sure that the media does not report all these things. Now, when I say that 14 people die every day in Nigeria, especially in the northern Nigeria, it is possible that the number could even be more than that. Because in my community, when people are killed and then you want to report it, and then they tell you that this is communal clash, and you're not clashing with anybody. You're sleeping in your house, and then someone come in the night and burn down your village. And after he burns down your village, then you shout Allahu Akbar and leave. But the media will report that there was a communal clash between so and so village, and there were 2 casualties or houses were burned down. But when you go, you realize that 200, 20, 30, 40 people were killed. And so the media first is not willing to report what is happening. And secondly, there are those who are benefiting from that crime. Thirdly, it's an African country. And so it's not an interest of the West. The West have no interest. Their interest in Africa is to get resources to develop their countries. They don't care about who is living there. I hope that this probably helps you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anton Beekums, for your explanation, and Dr. Yoko Singal for your question as well. I think the time for us is limited, so I can't ask the last question. That was the last question, then we need to proceed further.
Thank you.
And I can ask you directly, Dr.
God bless
Anton
you,
Beekums.
Stephen.
And thank you so much for your presentation and for the discussion for this section, and we're going to jump to the next section. And thank you for this opportunity, and I'll see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Gendry, has guided us, and Prof. Aku Atombikum has shared knowledge for us. Would you accept our appreciation for you, please? Okay, once again, we say thank you for Mr. Gendry and Prof. Aku Atombikums. Now, we will improve our knowledge by keynote speaker, Prof. Heinz Jensen, with moderator, Mr. Philip S. Chia. Mr. Philip S. Chia, it's time for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Sri Mulyani, for this opportunity. So I can introduce one of our speakers, and his name is Professor Dr. Heinz Janssen, and he studied at Bethel and Göttingen, and he received his doctoral degree in Old Testament at University of Heidelberg, and his dissertation was published in 2020. And today he will be lecturing on Kahal. Once again, thank you, Dr. Janssen. It is an honor for us to listen and to learn from you, and the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can begin. You hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yeah, for everyone. This Heidelberg University, and dear ladies and gentlemen, dear fellow students, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this symposium. 3 months ago, when I was informed about the topic of the conference in the first Zoom contact with Professor Dr. Bobby Putrawan and Dr. Henry Monday, the word Kahal from the Holy Scriptures of Israel spontaneously came to my mind. This word Kahal, which occurs throughout the Hebrew Bible, means assembly. From the concept of Kahal in connection with other concepts, impulses for a community-oriented shaping of the world can, in my opinion, emanate. I will come back to this in my presentation. Kahal, Global Assembly. What I would like to present to you today are modest thoughts on the conference theme. I have chosen the title Kahal, Global Assembly. They are initial reflection on a relation, theological, rational for a world community, which is responsibility before God and God's creation, seeks ways in keeping with creation, in other words, unity in the diversity of nations, cultures, and religions, oriented towards comprehensive shalom. The Latin word universitas means the totality, the whole. The rector of University of Copenhagen, Professor Henrik Wegener, said, universities bring people together. Universities are among the global institutional centers in research and teaching. The networking serves the exchange of scientific, scientific knowledge and thus overcoming of the world deficit in education, which is more than ever necessary for current challenges and in the sense of an international society. In this global horizon and in connection with the question of God, faith and religion, I understand Jesus' prayer of the hope today that they may all be one. All 2, all 3. I will divide my talk into 3 parts. 1, I and us, or individuality and community. 2, theological and ethical aspects of creation for an anthropology of relationship. 2, 1, the world as garden. 2, the world as a house. 3, the world as kahal. For summary. Next foil, please. 1. I and we, or individuality and community. Not communality, but community. Lord Kirche, where shall we go? With this question, the Apostle Peter turns of Jesus, John 6. Peter, irritated and uncertain, asked for the right way, the way that leads to a good place, to a good future. What is remarkable about Peter's question is that the apostle does not ask, where shall I go, but rather, where shall we go? Thus, Peter thereby devalue his own self, his own individuality, his self-determination, his very personal extension, questioning his subjective responsibility for his path of life and faith. Not all. Peter knows that he is part of a community. His place is a discipleship of the fellow Jew Jesus of Nazareth. Peter, the fisherman from the Sea Galilee, belongs to it as a mathetes. The Greek word mathetes literally denotes a person who is willing to learn. I add lifelong learning. A person joining Jesus is a learner, and he remains a learner today during this symposium and tomorrow and throughout all his life's journeys at all times. According to Egyptian belief, learning comes to an end only in the hereafter, and in the late Hebrew Bible, the hope shines forth that Adonai will lead men to comprehensive knowledge and perfection after his death and the return in Sheol. This learning community with Jesus, by virtue of the teachings of this rabbi, points beyond itself into a comprehensive we that includes all people, the whole world of nation. No one will live for himself in this community. It is a matter of living together and for each other. Every human being knows that I am responsible for a good life and living together in his place, because this corresponds to his actual nature, his essential destiny. For this, the human beings is be gifted. The community promoting gifts are, as it were, light in his cradle. These gifts are not his own capital, but are investment laid out in him in order to fulfill his task according to creation. In his theology, the Old Testament, Jörg Jeremias explains reassurance as the most significant intention of the creation text if one asks about the common ground that connects the texts, which are so different in detail. The knowledge of God became a help for biblical Israel in exilic and post-exilic times, in which the executed creation text came into being for insecure people, since the land owns promised by God was taken from them. Many, especially the political and religious upper class, were deported into Babylonian exile, and their bondage began for them. That was reminiscent of the Egyptian time of slavery. It was the exiled prophet, the second Isaiah, who emphasizes the aspect of God's comforting action in his talk of God as creator. The prophet proclaims God as a power superior to all worldly powers. The tyrannical rulers are like drops in the bucket and like a grain of dust on the scales. In the name of God, the prophet pastorally calls out to his people to not fear and to remember their God who owns freed them from slavery, accompanied them through the desert and led them to the promised land. Is it the unique omnipotence of God, the unique all-efficacy to which the prophet refers by using the verb bara, which only refers to God's creation? By confessing this God as a creator who can make the humanly impossible possible, who can create new things as Oseh, Kadasha, and make paths in the desert and streams of water in the wasteland. The prophet encouraged the exiles against an appearance of the less than hopeful world of experience to make a new start with God and to ask for God's healing intervention, as expressed in Isaiah 51. Uri, Uri, lifti os, the roi Adonai. Wake up, clothe yourself with power, you arm of Adonai. The God of Israel seeks a relationship with his people and through his people, with the people all of nation. 2. Next slide. Theological and ethical aspects of creation of an anthropology of relationship. The Hebrew Bible says in Genesis 2, Lo tov hayot ha'adam levado. I translate, it is not good that man should live for himself alone. From the beginning, the Hebrew Bible takes the word as God's creation, as a relation space. For God, the third word of the Hebrew Bible, which closely follows the first two words, bara, bereshit bara Elohim, at or in the beginning created God, stands the word Elohim. To designation of God seems to have been deliberately chosen at his point is the authors instead of the name of God, Adonai, which at first referred especially to Israel to emphasize the universality of the eternal, his heaven and earth, comprehensive competence and presence. This God wants relationship and to take up a prominent term of the Jewish religious philosopher Martin Buber, encounter. 2:1. The world as a garden. The world as space for relationship and encounters spoken in the image in the connection with the biblical creation story Genesis 2:8, a garden. Garden means an enclosed area, enclosed to be planted and landscaped. A beautiful piece of ground that makes good living possible. In the ancient Near East, kings had park-like gardens created and promoted gardening among the people. Gardens surrounded the sanctuary, hence the talk of the temple garden, and even today in the Christian tradition of the church garden. In ancient Egypt, gardens were also places of love and bliss. And God planted a garden in Eden towards the east. We hear in the creation story, Genesis 2. The Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible took over from the Old Persian language for garden the word paradise and the word Eden, the word joy and delight. The sound for Hebrew ears, joy of life, life, abundance, and fulfilled life is what the garden wants to prepare for man. In ancient Palestine of biblical times, gardens were a general part of life and not just a royal privilege. The biblical creation story emphasizes the first planting of this garden was done by God, like an invitation. Look at the garden, beautiful ornament. Come, for everything is ready. Taste and see how friendly God is. But God not only serves men, but he lets them participate in the future shaping of the garden and trusts him with its care and instructs him to cultivate and keep the garden. Following on this, 4 decades ago, the conciliar process in Vancouver called for the integrity of creation and linked this with the goal of people living together in justice and peace. The earth is beautiful and is treated. Did God take a risk with his creation? Jews Midrash says of God that before he created his world, he destroyed 26 worlds because none of them were he had imagined. He created the 27th with the wish that it would endure and with the hope that man would contribute to it. Accordingly, and in the spirit of the biblical creation mandate, the rabbinic theologians declared God needs man. God needs man. Similarly, the Jewish theologian Pinchas Lapide says, creation is therefore a risk that God has taken. Martin Luther's translation, that the earth had a fatal effect on man's treatment and the entrusted good of the earth. Until today, man takes the right to exploit it, to plunder it, to destroy it, as he were alone in the world. We are only a part of creation, are interwoven into it and belong together like a body. We have the possibility, the knowledge, and the power to treat the given resources well or badly for our good or woe. God entrusts us with the responsibility for the well-being of his creation and trusts us to act in purpose. The Garden of Eden, as God had planted and meant it for his creatures, for man and animal, we no longer have. I imagine how painful it was for God to expel man from the caring enclosure and to have the entrance guarded by the cherubim. Beyond Eden, the title of John Steinbeck's novel and Elia Kazan's film adaptation of the same name, is where man must live in the future, but he still has a choice. That is why the biblical Garden of Eden remains to not only a beautiful image, but inspires us to see our earth as a garden for a life-friendly world, to understand it and to act accordingly. We are not a single plant in God's garden, but belong to his colorful and diverse plant world in which the totality is dependent on each other, communicates with each other, and thus makes the garden earth beautiful in the first place. Land gardens cries the prophet Jeremiah to the hopelessness of his people in exile. Having a garden and tending it means more than harvesting fruit for food. The beauty of flowers, the strength of a free experience, the wildlife in the garden do as good in many ways, and they can even have therapeutic effects. We ourselves as individuals and as a community can be like a weathered garden, spreading fresh, lovely fragrance, color, light, and peace. Tutu. The world as a house. I would like to compare our world with the second image, our world as a house. The corresponding Greek word is oikos, from which also our worldwide used word ecumenism is derived. The Greek word oikumene denotes the inhabited earth, living space for all people and animals, fertile soil for all plants. And God looked at all he had made, and behold, it was very good. Tov meod. But we ask effectively, what has man made of the Garden of Eden, of God's creation? To cultivate and preserve it, God had commissioned him. Instead, exploitation and subtraction in the sense of we take what we need, and after us, the deluge. At the moment, consideration is being given to how the seabed can also be plundered. Man as the image of God, Tselem Elohim, and as such of God's mandatory, also as a witness on earth, perverted into an abominable anti-human and anti-creation grimace. Man against man, homo homini lupus. Man against animal and plants, oblivious and creation, oblivious of God, creature co-acts up as greater. ותשחט הארץ לפני האלוהים, ותמלא הארץ חמס. But the earth was corrupted before the face of God, and the earth was filled and violence, we read in Genesis 6. Hebrew text contains the word Hamas, which is unfortunately terribly topical today. Jeremiah's comments as soberly as priestly writing reports in its formulaic language a horror rings through these statements. Man against man. Point 3. The world as Kahal. In addition to images of the garden and the house, I now place a third image of the world as God's creation before your inner eye and go back to the noun Kahal, mention it at the beginning of my lecture and encounter it in the Hebrew Bible. The Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible renders the noun mostly as ecclesia or synagogue, also as ochlos. It offers several other equivalents, but these indicates the existence of different translation, not different semantic. For the verb, the translation ekklesiazein and synagein are mostly found. The nomina and verba in Hebrew Greek have the aspect of gathering in the common people, a people, congregation, gather. Nomina and verba denote either one's own initiative or an authority such as Moses or Solomon gathers the people to himself. If the noun kahal is related to the noun kol, summons it, raising the voice, then in Hebrew, Hifil is from kahal. The strange feminine particle form qualet 1 or 12 can perhaps be translated as leader of an assembly or convener of a assembly. Chenry has a doctoral dissertation, is gathered to hear the Decalogue. Thus, the word kahal has an anthropological and theological orientation. The connection of the noun kahal with Adonai in Judaism of the post-exilic period acquires increasing importance. Kahal Adonai, the people of Israel, the congregation, Kahal Adonai, the people of Israel or the congregation, for which the word Eda is also used, especially in priest texts and their later addition, and often in parallel with Kahal, is determined by the close relationship with God and the preservation of God's law. Thus, Adonai is the authority that gathers his people. The verbal root of the noun synonymous with Kal Eda. I say Kahal is has a synonym with Eda. The subject of the verb can be man, and it can be also be God. It is refers to God. It means God lets himself meet. God reveals himself. Recall the phrases Ohel Moed, the tent of meeting, the tent of the encounter. It is remarkable that the noun Eda, which means gathering, has another noun with identical consonant sequence and vocalization, is denotes to the testimony, the piece of evidence. It is based on the verbal root, od to. Accordingly, the tent of meet, the tent of encounter, can also be described as tent or dwelling place of the testimony. Ohel Moed, Ohel Haedut, Ohel Mishkan. It is striking that the word kahal and its synonyms, stot, yachat, also confidential discussion and plan, and itza occur only rarely in prophecy and are without special weight there. Only in the priest descriptions and their second parts do they gain significance. But the idea of community and its ethical dimension is by no means alien to prophecy. The pre-exil prophets call for justice and righteousness as fundamental, but modes of behavior of living together in family, politics, and religion. Law and justice are central creation theologically and creation ethically founded, guiding concepts in prophetic proclamation, and not least in the wisdom tradition. Prophecy also participate in, and they are determinative for the entire reality of life. Prominent among them is tzedakah. Tzedakah denotes a communal relationship, the relationship of people of each other, also the relationship of people to animals and to its natural and environment. The focus is thus not on the forensic sense, the enforceable right, but on the community relationship and specifically on the respective relationship in family, society, and people and between peoples. Law and justice are in the Hebrew Bible terms of relationship. They are not defined by an abstract idea, but refer to a concrete relationship between people and their fellow world in the horizon of a comprehensive and worldwide kahal. Everyone and everything is dependent on each other. Gertrude aptly remarks, and above all this is a communal relationship that Adonai had offered to Israel and which was cultivated primarily in worship. The orders of life coming from Adonai and enabling of communal life, his commandments, Torah are a wholeness ordering gift. In the Talmud in Tractate Yadayim 4, Kahal stands for the ideal total community of Israel. There is much more to be said about the 170 or so instance of the root Kahal and the synonymous root Ya'at, as well as their partial parallelism in the Hebrew Bible, and much more to be differentiated on basis of the respective context. But this is not possible within the limited time frame of my lecture. Only this may be stated as a thesis, that the nouns Kahal and Ida only become so significant and inexilic in especially post-exilic times is probably due to the time of crisis after the total collapse, which demanded the cohesion of the people and the community in faith and life, and in all its gathering under the eternal one, whom the prophet Zephaniah praises as morning by morning, daily righteousness is their midst. Will his tzedakah, his community-oriented behavior, bring the unrighteous man to understanding? But the Hebrew Bible also know, in contrast to the assembly of the saints, Kahal Kodoshim, who praise Adonai miracles, of an assembly of the unholy and false people of the wicked, with whom the person who has God's goodness before his eyes and wants to live in his trust avoids contact. Thank God that there are all still people like the biblical Noah, who against all appearance, against scorn and ridicule, trust God, will and ark, use their gifts and their tasks to face the global challenges. Thank God that even today the Noahs are not just Lord and rejected, but find resonance, appeal with people who are willing to learn and are aware of their responsibility as a response to the creation entrusted to them by God. Thank God there are still democratically minded people in politics and religion who are committed to the good of the people and who understand each other synodically. People understanding each other on common paths in politics and religion, who stand up to the self-appointed and self-sufficient masters and stand up for human dignity, justice and peace, shalom, and the integrity of creation. Thank God we have the offer to orient ourselves to the true image of Jesus of Nazareth, the icon of God, who knew the talk of the Garden of Eden, the dwelling house earth, and the Kahal of his Hebrew Bible. Jesus lived and practiced it. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear fellow student, in the first part of my talk, I had quoted the question of the Apostle Peter, Lord, Kyrie, where shall we go? The Greek text does not say where, but to whom. Pros tina, which means Peter is asking for an authority. He, together with his community disciple, has already found in Jesus, but to whom shall they go when Jesus is no longer on earth? To take up the idea of the kahal, there needs to be an authority in God's and Jesus' sense, someone who convenes an assembly inspires it to common action, respecting and shaping the world as a garden creation. It is always necessary to ask what we mean when we speak of God. It is the question of the image of God, which idea we associate with God. For according to Jewish religious philosopher Martin Buber, God is the most loaded of human words. None has been so solid to turn shreds. In Psalm 50, God himself is the one praying. God calls out to the heavens above and to the earth. God asks, is fully Chasidai, gather to me my faithful ones, faithful attached to me. Binuna zot shochvi Eloach. No, show understanding. You who forget God. It is a psalmist support for God's prayer, which is unique in the Hebrew Bible. 4, please. Summary. I will summarize briefly. In the first part of my talk, I shared with you my thoughts on the I and the we. In doing so, it was important for me to use the example of Peter's question, Lord, Kyrie, where shall we go? To see individuality and communality not as an alternative and certainly not as opposite, but to emphasize their interaction and that only in this way they can do justice to their actual purpose according to creation. Then, in the second part, I ask about theological and ethical aspects of the creation for an anthropology of relationship, and use the biblical images of garden and house, taking up Martin Buber's idea of encounter. In the third part, I finally referred to the biblical Hebrew word kahal, on the basis of which describes the world as a space of relationship and encounter in which people gather and are gathered for its purpose, especially by God and corresponding authorities as a global assembly to celebrate and live in God's creation. At the open end, my lecture, I ask, do we need today more than ever the courage to get to know the one who thinks differently and believes differently or not, as well as to engage in argumentative and emphatic debate that brings together? Do we need to be more cautious when it comes to demarcation and more concerned to look for opportunities to connect and to honestly and factually name and leave different positions, but to remain in change and willing to learn from each other? I will think my question with two quotations. In a Jew statement from the year 2000, Jews and Christians must work together as partners in order to meet the moral challenges of our time. That's a Jewish statement in Christian from the year 2000, when Christian and with the Protestant theologian Wolfgang Krauss, I would like to state, When Christians and Jews recognize each other and meet as equals, then the way is open for action against abuse of power, for peace, for trust, for justice, for a sense of community, for the preservation of creation, united in the struggle for the realization for God's plan in this desecrated and beloved world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Jansen, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you once again. And maybe we can open up to questions. Maybe do you have questions? Any questions from the audience regarding kahal in the Bible? Yeah, maybe I will ask first while we are waiting for questions from the audience. What do you think, Dr. Jansen, when, yeah, for example, like in the Old Testament, sometimes Old Testament says that kahal is not only belong to the people of God, but also belong to the enemy of God. For example, like Ezekiel 17:17. When the Old Testament says kahal, in Ezekiel 17:17, it refers to Pharaoh army. So how do you see this? Like, okay, kahal, it seems that it's not only used for the people of God, but also for the enemy of God. So how we can relate this kahal to the thesis that you argue that Christian and also like Jews, we should be together to create peace in the world.
I think I'm going to translate it into German. Okay, ich kann einfach übersetzen. Also die Frage war, also was denkst du, wenn man sagt, das Kahal ist eigentlich nicht nur das Kahal eigentlich nicht nur eine Bedeutung hat, sondern auch als Menschen des Gottes, aber auch Gegner von Gott. Also wie kann man das dann mit deiner Theorie verbinden zwischen also dieser Bedeutung von Kahal, zwei Bedeutungen von Kahal?
Yeah. I answer in German and generally translate. I am not good in English communication. Yes, thank you very much. Ich sehe es so. Meine Erkenntnis in dieses Wort Kahal zu studieren war. Kahal ist zunächst ein Ausdruck für die Gemeinde, für das Volk nach der Katastrophe, bekam dieses Wort Bedeutung. Natürlich wusste man schon immer, was Kahal bedeutet. Und die Menschen versammeln sich, die Gemeinde versammelt sich. Aber es bekommt, dieses Wort bekommt eben in der Zeit nach der Katastrophe, wo es um einen Neuanfang geht, eine spezifische Bedeutung, nämlich, dass sich die Gemeinde vor Gott und mit Gott versammelt und einen Neuanfang kreiert. Insofern wird Kahal fast zu einem Synonym für Gott. Für Gott, Gott sammelt unter seinem Wort, unter seinem Zuspruch und unter seiner Botschaft auch der Propheten, vor allem der Propheten, und Gott versammelt in diesem Sinn das Volk, die Gemeinde. The next point is Kahal bekommt auch eine Dimension über das eigene Volk hinaus. Sozusagen, was schon die Propheten angedeutet haben, eine eine Universalität hinaus, dass die Menschen, die Welt, die Schöpfung, Gottes Creation, dass die Menschen sich versammeln, aber im Ganzen der Schöpfung, mit allen, nicht nur Mensch, sondern Mensch, Tier, alles, was Gott geschaffen hat, zu einer großen Global Assembly. This is my thesis is, Kahal bekommt eine spezifische Bedeutung in der Krisenzeit. Jetzt auch gerade heute.
Okay, I'll translate it. So he sees that his understanding of the world, of the word Kahal, is that Kahal is an expression for the community after the catastrophe. The people would gather together and there is a new beginning. And there is a community with God and together with God. And it could be seen as a synonym for God. And there is a message of prophecy and that God gathers, especially gathers the people. And Kahal is also a universality of the world, that he sees it as a community of the world, universality of the world, and that the people gather, but also in the creation as God's creation. And in the end, he wants to emphasize that Kahal has a meaning of the togetherness after the catastrophe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think we have like some questions on the chat. Do you want to translate it?
I have a little question, maybe. If I cannot translate, I hope Mr. Jenry of moderate, please. Direct to Mr. Hans Jensen. I ask you, many translations leave out the name Jehovah, replacing it with subtitles as Lord or Eternal. What do you thinking about that? Because in the name of God, example as Adonai, are subterms to be used on the different activities maybe, or how?
Okay.
Do you think that? Thank you.
Ich übersetze dann zuerst. I want to translate it into German first. Also viele Leute würden dieses Wort von Gott Adonai eigentlich mit Jehova übersetzen, aber das ist das eigentliche Wort ist eigentlich Adonai. Und was siehst du mit dieser Übersetzung mit Jehova? Und was denkst du daran?
Yes, thank you. It's Jehovah. It's not correct. Die Vokale beziehen sich auf Adonai. Und damit wird ja auch ausgesagt, wir können den Namen Gottes Yod-He-Vav-He nicht aussprechen. Er ist und bleibt ein Geheimnis, aber wir umschreiben den Namen in the Hebrew Bible is the name Olam, Shem, Haolam, Adonai, and I say as Christian man Adonai and God, but when we say God, we must say what we mean when we say God. Today is very important. Today is very important to say what we mean when we say God. Gott wird oft missbraucht, der Name Gottes wird missbraucht. Ja? Yes, for your for your question. Jehovah ist Jehova sind the vocals O A für Adonai, eben eine Umschreibung. And I say as Christian today God, but I say in the church I say Haolam, der ewige Haolam, Gott sei gelobt, Baruch Adonai. I describe God with the verbs terms of the Hebrew Bible. Ich umschreibe immer auch Gott und heute in der heutigen Krisenzeit mit Kriegen und Gewalt, in der oft Gott missbraucht wird, instrumentalisiert wird, is very important that we say what we mean when we say God. Thank you.
Okay, I need to translate some terms that you explained in German that most of the Jehovah is actually wrong. So the name Jehovah is wrong, totally wrong. And the name of God was misused, and it should be actually Adonai. And the vocalization of Adonai was put into the name of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, Adonai, and that's why it became Jehovah. But actually, the vocalization is wrong. And this time of crisis with wars and everything, the word of God, the name of God is unfortunately misused. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like we have like some questions from our chat. It says that the first question is, how does the Jews perceive the others in the light of Kahal? Under the light of Kahal, is there inclusivism or exclusivism to the others that implied from the assembly?
Soll ich das übersetzen?
Ja.
Okay. Wie verstehen die Juden unter dem Wort Kahal? Bedeutet das eigentlich die anderen? Und hat dieses Wort Exklusivismus oder Inklusivismus mit den anderen bezüglich der Gemeinde, also bezüglich der Bedeutung von diesem Wort?
Thank you. Yes. I would say, ich habe schon angedeutet, in der Rede von Kahal werden auch in der Rede von Kahal werden auch ich wiederhole, in der Rede von Kahal, in der biblischen Rede von Kahal werden auch prophetische Dimensionen aufgenommen, und zwar die prophetische Dimension der Universalität, die immer wieder mitgehört werden muss, und auch in der Eigenreflexion meiner jüdischen Freunde ist ja immer auch die Frage, wie solche im Alltag bekannten Worte, wie jetzt Kahal ist ja auch nicht nur ein sakrales Wort, wie die im Alltag bekannten Worte konnotiert werden mit der prophetischen Verkündigung. Und die prophetische Verkündigung ist immer auch ein Stück universal. Das heißt, in jeder Religion, ob jetzt in der jüdischen oder christlichen Religion, ist immer auch die Frage, über sich hinauszudenken. Wie Apostle Peter says, where shall we go? Where shall we go? We, not I. I is important, but shall we go?
Okay, I need to translate the first things that you said, that in the meaning of Kahal there is a prophetic dimension, and in the Jewish world this word actually connotates, and in the Bible this word connotates universal in the prophetic understanding. Therefore, we or one must think beyond in the relation between the people.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question. It says that there is a perception about ecclesia, that ecclesia is different from Israel. What do you think about Kahal in Old Testament? If like Kahal is different than ecclesia in terms of like Israel or same?
Also, die Übersetzung ist, es gibt Verständnis über Ecclesia ist das anders für Israel. Und was denkst du über Kahal im Alten Testament? Und ist das auch anders von der Bedeutung?
Yes, yes, thank you. It is very important. We must hear the word Kahal in different contexts in the Holy Bible. It is important to hear what means in the Holy Scriptures, what means in exilic and post-exilic situation. It is important to hear what the Greek translation says, ecclesia. Ecclesia is a translation for Kahal, but in the Hellenistic period is ecclesia in other contexts, but the question is, we can understand the word ecclesia similarly with Kahal in einer universalen Dimension. It is for me subjective. It is for me very important to hear what means Jews Kahal, and what means church ecclesia, but is very important to speak and to have a connection with Christian and Jews congregation, and we must ask, wie können wir zusammen leben, wie können wir kommunizieren? Ich versuche in Deutsch. Jenry, vielleicht kannst du das so mal sagen, ich möchte zum Ausdruck bringen, es ist ganz wichtig, dass wir das Verständnis jetzt zum Beispiel der jüdischen Gemeinde hören und nicht übergriffig werden jetzt von christlicher Seite. Und dass wir einander mitteilen, was wir verstehen, wenn wir sagen, wir versammeln uns. Kahal ist in der prophetischen Dimension mit den prophetischen Aspekten immer auch ein Aufruf, sich zu begegnen, Encounter. Ja? Okay.
So, Heinz Janssen would like to see that this word kahal and the meaning of the ecclesia is actually in order to emphasize to meet with each other, to have the encounter with each other, so that it is not separated with each other, and there are no different ideas, but we have to be together in one sense that we are in one community of the world.
Okay, thank you. Maybe for the last questions, we have like last question from Professor Aku. It says that since the Jews still rejected Jesus and his followers, to what extent we can apply kahal to help us to combat, to fight the global wars?
Okay, wenn man bedenkt, dass die Juden Jesus abgelehnt haben und seine Nachfolger immer noch ablehnen, inwieweit können wir uns dann für einen Kahal einsetzen, der uns wiederum bei der Bekämpfung des globalen Terrors helfen kann?
Ja. Jesus said, all be one. Jesus betet bei seinem Abschied, dass alle eins sind. What mean one? All be one. It is very important to hear. Alle eins, all one is not all identific. All is alle all be one. I say in German, alle sollen eins sein, bedeutet nicht eine Uniformität, sondern eine Interaktion, ein gegenseitiges Verstehen und ein gegenseitiges Annehmen des anderen. Das heißt, we have in family ist jeder auch anders und trotzdem gibt es ein gemeinsames Band. Die Wurzeln der christlichen Gemeinde liegen in der jüdischen Gemeinde. Und das ist ganz wichtig. Ich stehe als Christ nicht über den Juden, sondern ich bin durch den jüdischen Glauben, durch die Juden, durch Jesus, der Jude war, komme ich in diese Gemeinschaft hinein. Ich stehe nicht darüber. Ich werde hineingenommen. Und das Gebet Jesu bedeutet eben, dass wir jeden Tag neu Einheit versuchen, miteinander zu leben und einander auch in unserer Verschiedenheit zu respektieren.
Okay. Well, Jesus in his last prayer said that let us be one, and everyone should be one. Doesn't mean that it is a uniform, but understanding and communicating with each other means that in a family, everyone is different. The root of Christian congregations lie actually in the Jewish congregation, because Jesus was also a Jew, and we need to understand each other and we need to live with each other.
Okay, thank you once again for Dr. Jansen. Thank you for Dr. Gentry for your translation, and thank you once again for Dr. Jansen for your presentation, for your answer. Since our time is up, so we're gonna close our section and we're gonna give our appreciation. And please, Dr. Sri Mulyani.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Philip. Oh, thank you for Mr. Gendry. We can understand more clearly for your help for us. And Prof. Jason has improved us how Global Assembly. It's a great presentation to improve our exegesis. Would you accept our appreciate for you? We will share a certificate for you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, and
Okay.
For the invitation, and thank you, Jenry, for the translate. Sorry for my English; it is not good in communication, but yes, my lecture is my lecture. I sent January, and we can read read the text in all. Yes. Thank you, and goodbye, and greetings from Germany, from Heidelberg. My last foil is January. My last foil. Hast du die letzte Folie gezeigt? Nein, ne?
Ja, doch.
Die letzte mit dem Bild. Alles. Ja, genau, habe ich. Okay, danke nochmal. Nochmal vielen Dank und
thank you so much.
Gut.
Okay, this is a wonderful conference. Very excited for me. I hope for everyone too who present here. Okay, thank you for invitation.
Goodbye. Good.
We will enter to next session. Let's take note. Next, keynote speaker, Mr. Philip Alu, with moderator, Dr. Paulus Eko Kristianto. Dr. Paulus, it's time for you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and we will continue about next section. Okay, I'm as a moderator in this section, and the speakers in this section is Dr. Caleb Alu. He is a researcher and directors, pastors, eco-theologian, and disasters and humanitarian experts come from and stay at Netherlands, Groningen, and he already he reached doctoral degree in Old Testament from Adelaide University, Nigeria. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Alu Caleb.
Okay, good morning from this end, and good afternoon to you there. I want to present here today, and Bobby, for bringing me on board. I share my I want to believe you can see my slide. Can you?
Yes, yes. Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So I am indigenous knowledge mentor and Afro-Asia. As much as possible, I will try recently I've been working on indigenous knowledge and how indigenous people as involved in environmental preservation and conservation. And that very interest made me to share a little of my research. I have my contents, introduction. I will discuss about indigenous people, indigenous knowledge. Then in the world of Lynn White, in his very popular thesis, The Historical Root of Ecologic Crisis, it made it clear discussion about environmental preservation has gone beyond what environmentalists alone can deal with. Today, we have eco-theologians, the theologians that specialize in today that environment is more important to us because we can only live and sustain only when we have a sustainable environment. So it becomes so much important that we need to preserve our environment so that our life also can be preserved. And then according to Spence, is that to deal with this environmental issue, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation. And he said, this spiritual from the so we need more. A lot of people needs to come on board for us to environment. And then White also mentioned that there is a need for a new religion, or we need to rethink our old one. And then sometimes I ask myself, what is the old one that our Lynn White was talking about? In his thesis, he mentioned that sometimes the Christianity and the science technology have really deployed the environment and then destroy it. And then we need to go back to original life. And unfortunately enough, he made mention of Africa and then specifically Nigeria, of how while some Christian, the Christian mission came to Africa, they saw groups, they saw different things, and then they think, oh, And they said this thing possess spirits, these three possess spirits. This forest, you can't enter into it because there are evil spirits there. So for Christianity to think that idolatry, in quotes, they have to cut down all the trees, and then thinking we have overcome the idolatry. But in the real sense of it, they only destroy the environment and not taking away the so-called spirits. So according to some parts, environmental crisis is a battle that must be fought by all and through all means. So we need different disciplines, different people to talk about how we can preserve our environment. So religion and science today are moving towards bringing back what has been damaged. But we need more sustainable alternatives. And then I want to propose indigenous knowledge. That is, let's go back to how it was done in the beginning. And so that is indigenous knowledge. And according to the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which is UNESCO, define local indigenous knowledge as the understandings, skills, and the philosophies developed by societies with long history of interrelationship with their natural surroundings. So these people have some skills, understandings of their surroundings, their natural surroundings in which they have developed and built up. What do we stand to understand here? What are the purpose of indigenous knowledge for the people? And then this have to do with understand their natural environment. How do they do this? One, they have interaction and contact with the nature, both living and non-living. And secondly, they have this long generational history of interaction, which move from one generation to another. And also, they develop understanding of the environment by the close relationship they have acquired through their interaction. Also, because of this understanding, they have developed some skills for sustainable living. Sometimes in the rural area, we still become marveled about what our forefathers did. How did they come about those skills? It is because of the interaction that they had with their environment in which they have developed skill and adapted to that environment. And also to secure their environment, they propound social religious philosophies. Today, some people will call it taboo. Oh, this is forbidden, you must not do this, you must do that. And then they have proverbs, they have songs, they have language, they have ceremonies, they have festivals that have to guide and then illustrate their interaction with the environment. So this understanding of their environment, it is, and the contact is due to the experiences and the observation that they have, that they had with their environment. So the worldview of these indigenous communities is not only about one item, but understanding of the web of life, everything that have to do with life, both physical, social, and the spirituality. So this local knowledge that is unique to a given culture is acquired by the local people through the accumulation of experiences. This I have mentioned a few seconds ago. So I want to come to let us understand that for a society to be sustainable, there is a need to understand the knowledge in which these people use to operate and to organize their society. The indigenous people, before the advent of modern science, had been generating, transmitting, and applying information about natural world. Even though this may be oral, because it is a speech, and then it is given from one generation to another. And then sometimes it is, most of these things are not documented. Most of these things are not seen as scientific, according to the modern science. It is oral, it is by transmission, and then the knowledge is expressed through their cultural and religious beliefs and the practices. So what did I want to do here? The purpose of this research is to investigate how indigenous people manage and preserve their environments within the context of their knowledge system. So how does sociocultural analysis of indigenous knowledge help in sustaining environmental preservation in some parts of Africa and Asia? That is the question that I intend to answer at the end of this presentation. Now, I want to make a little quick talk about African perspective, that is African traditional environmental system. And then in dealing with African perspective, Africa is so large, I want to pick from Yoruba, from the cultural, from my own cultural perspective. So when I talk about, or I mention Africa here, I am really referring to the Yorubas. The Yorubas are indigenous people that are located in the southwestern part of Nigeria. And they cut across other countries and not limited to Nigeria alone. We can find them in Benin Republic, we find them in Ghana, we find them in Togo, and then even beyond in Cuba and then other parts of America. So indigenous knowledge system in Africa is highly ecocentric because the focus or the interest of Africans is to develop harmonious relationship with the nature. And because of this, ecological items are used to teach, to train, and to transmit knowledge. You know, for example, I don't know whether it is applicable in Indonesia context also. And then when we tie it on our objects or along the way, what we are saying is, don't pass through this place. This place is forbidden. You don't have to pass through this place. And people around get to know what they are talking, this object means. So ecological materials such as trees, rivers, hills, and animals and the fishes are considered to have spirits. And because of this, they are not to be destroyed. They have to be cared for. Why do African traditional environmental worldview have to believe in all this? One of them is this: they believe in God, the creator, and then that God made all these things through some agents. And then I will talk about the agency here also. They also believe in the deities and the spirits, and they believe in community. Now, let me mention this. The creation stories, according to the Yoruba people, there are many agencies in which the supreme being, which is God, in Yoruba they call it Olodumare, are used in creating the entire world. And then it was said that Olodumare, that is God, sent Odudua down to the earth. And when he got to this earth, he came with some certain items. The rope that took him down from heaven to the earth. We have the cock, we have the sand, we have the palm kernel, and the water. So all these agencies put together make life sustainable, because Oduduwa followed the chain down to the earth. And then when he got to the down to this earth, he poured sand on top of the water. He put the cock on top of it, and the cock was spreading the sand. And then that was the belief or the myth that how the world was created. So these agencies factors shape the Yoruba relationship with nature, both material and non-material being. So the safety of so there is a spiritual connection between what happens in physical and what happens in the spiritual. Yoruba that this thing can continue to be useful, and then the sources can form a sources of sustenance to future generation. It means that the environment is not meant for them alone, but they need to secure it, preserve it for future generation. And then to understand this interconnectedness between the Yoruba and the environment, if anyone should do anything to violate nature, the sacrifice to the spirit of that nature, so that there will be an harmony between the natural world and then the human world. Now, the community aspect, according to Awoni, the end products of knowledge, of indigenous knowledge in Yoruba land is for someone to become an homoluabi. And then what does homoluabi mean? It's more or less like saying in a Christian and will is
terlempar dia kayaknya.
Hello, I lost my signal.
Welcome, yes.
Welcome.
Okay. I can continue sharing my screen quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Direct.
Okay. So the interest of Omoluabi is to be responsible and be morally conscious of what happens in their natural world. And if someone is not an Omoluabi, people believe that person to be dangerous to the society, because anyone that can hurt the natural world will naturally hurt fellow human beings. Of course, Omoluabi is not about what you do to the natural world alone, but even your relationship with the fellow human being. So community members guided by this concept protect their community through and protect the environment through cultural values, morals, taboos, beliefs, and totems, and their peaceful coexistence. Some of these taboos and beliefs are woven to protect the relationship between man and so to protect the environment, the people, the indigenous people, develop what we call sacredness. And then it is so funny that according to them, the tiniest of insect is regarded as having life too, and then have rights to life, have rights to live. And then there is a saying, according to Ogmade, which says, let me say it in the Yoruba, and then sidestep your feet. Not regards, God also creates. To tell you, believe that man do not to exist alone. Man or humans are co-tenants, which among other tenants are these insects and other world. So how do they apply these taboos or the sacredness? They create a sacred groups or a sacred tree. So the community use all these taboos to this group so that it can serve as an habitat for other organisms. And then we know that when we have a sacred groups, it is not only the groups, the trees that enjoy it, also other micro associate with sacred or fish that are prohibited. And then not only that, in the forest, when you are prohibited from entering into a certain forest, which has been termed to be sacred, then will also be preserved. And then there are some rivers that fishing is prohibited. It is termed sacred. For their drinking. And then when people go there to disturb anything, it may affect the community. That may be the possibility. But another thing, the second hand value, it is that the animals in those water or in those forests are being preserved. Also, the sacred water according to Parianda, all the great rivers of Yoruba country have their presiding spirits. We have Oshun, we have Oya, we have different kind of spirits that are associated with water. And then because of this, you don't go to those water body to do just as you want with the water, because people believe that the spirits inherited in that water can fight against anyone that violates the water or do anything bad to that water. They also have sacred hills or mountains like Oluma Rock, which is associated with the Egba people. They believe that their forefathers, that very mountain, helped their forefathers from being destroyed during the war. And then because of that, they see that mountain as a sacred place where no one tampered with. If not, maybe because of modernization, people might have used it for construction, break it down, and then use it to construct road or anything. But because of the sacredness, this mountain is still being preserved. So these sacred sites are strictly protected by customary law and enforced by taboos. But let me just be practical here. There is this work done by Tosin Adeniyi, and then it is about how the indigenous knowledge of some part of Ogun State are used to secure forest preservation. And then she categorized this forest into three. The first one, sacred. The second is intact, and then the third one is degraded. And then one thing is common among the sacred and the intact, and that have to do with their connection with the spirituality, their connection with the deity. A certain deity was attached to that forest with an historical, with long historical background. So people stay away from this forest because it has been termed to be what? To be sacred. And also it remained intact. According to Adeniyi, the Yemoro forest, if you are not an indigene of that place and you enter into that forest to pick dry wood, the spirits in the forest may let you be, you may not be attacked. But if you are from that place, you are an indigene of the place and you still go there to pick wood or to do anything against the religious regulation of that forest, that person may be attacked. And then there's one thing that happens about the Itoku forest. Itoku forest has been degraded because there is no restriction between the people and the so-called spirits that are attached to that very forest. And then one thing that affects the Itoku forest also is about modernization. Abeokuta has become a big city. A lot of people who are not indigenous to that community are even more than the indigenous people. So it makes it difficult for indigenous people to enforce their indigenous taboos on the generality of the people. And unfortunately for this forest, a lot of sawmills were located around it, which make the forest a source of resources for the mills, for the sawmills to make their their plank also. So what affected the indigenous people of Yoruba, it is modernization. Modernization has affected what was termed as sacred today are now seen as just a mere myth. Urbanization, because of development, all these forests are being looted and then the trees taken away. So because of the ineffective government policy, the governments have their policy, but most of their still stand in between those people that go into the forest to take away the logs for their personal use. And then they are being challenged due to non-inclusion of the indigenous people in the government policy. And then lastly, the ignorance from the public, because many do not believe or realize that by cutting down the trees, by aiding deforestation and other environmental hazards, they are more or less putting their whole lives in danger. And then that seems to be so into Asia perspectives. In this sense, I pick Indonesia, and then I expect from this very my knowledge about the terrain is limited. But according to Nugroho, the philosophy of the indigenous people in 3, just like that of African people, religious belief or ancestor worship. They believe that there are spirits that are sacred and you do not disobey because they do have effects if it is done. They also believe in balance in preserving nature. That is the harmonious relationship between nature and man. They also believe in common, that is public interest. And this is more or less like a community in the context of the
I think this problem of connection, right?
I think so.
More 5 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe uh, we wait, Doctor Alu, and all of the participants can write a question in the chat box, and I will read it to him. Maybe become the time is near to stop. I only give only 2 participants or 2 questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the participant can write a question to him in the chat box.
We lose Mr. Alu. Maybe we can go to next oh, connect a speaker. Dr. Paulus.
Okay. Okay. We will close it and continue into next speaker or next section. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the participant, and we really sorry, Dr. Alu Kaleb cannot continue about the connection. Maybe, and I give back to the committee, Ibu Sri. Let's go on and with the new moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paulus Eko, has guided us, and Mr. Keller has shared us an indigenous reservation as Afro-Asia perspective. This great presentation, but maybe something in internet, so can be continuous. Okay, we let's the appreciation for Mr. Alu will be
finished.
Yeah, it is sweet, and we will take a note for the next speaker, Mr. Jason Amos, with moderator Dr. Yuka Singa. Dr. Yuka Singa, it's time for you.
Okay, thank you. Well, welcome, JC Amos. Are you hear me?
Thank you so much. I can
Thank you
hear
so
you. Can you
much.
hear me too?
Your smile is very make me happy. Yeah,
Oh, that's
thank you
great.
for
I was
international seminar. Yeah, participants. I will read before we begin. I will read your CV, but not all. Maybe just.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry because the time is short. So we want your explanation is much. Yeah. Okay, everybody, we hear the CV. He's born 2 June 1996, still young. Marital status married, nationality Nigerian, state of origin Taraba, LGF Bukari, gender male, of course, male. Church denomination, Christian Reformed Church Nigeria. knowledge language. So English Jukun Hausa. Education is I reading the education. The first theological college of Northern Nigeria, Bakuruya, is get Master of Theology, Historical Theology 2019. But the next, the Fenstra Theological Seminary, Donga, Bachelor of Theology 2016. Next, Wisdom Academy, Wukari 2011. And the last, Science Necessary and Primary School, Wukari, first school living certificate. Wow. That's the background, your education, and you have background so many working experience. But maybe my friends or Indonesian can reading by your CV. Yes. So now we begin. Okay, I will guide this session. My name, Jessie Yoke Singal, lecture at STT Moriah. So, where I will introduce myself like that, Yoke Singal. Yeah. The next for participant, maybe if you have time, you can prepare your question, and if many time too, you can direct to him and or by the box. Yeah. So now I give you, Jesse, this time for you. You can begin now until the 45. Yeah, 45.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor to share my thoughts on environmental preservation. I had problem with the computer, connecting with the computer, so I'm on phone now. I can share my screen, and I hope that having the paper, if the host have a copy of my paper, you can maybe pair the two screens and display my paper on the screen. As it is, I'm viewing from the computer, but then I'm connected with the phone. So it's impossible to share the screen now. The title of my paper is Dress and Keep the Garden, Environmental Preservation as a Divine Mandate. In this paper, I've intended to show that environmental preservation is necessary. And even though there are several arguments against the necessity of environmental preservation, even from Christian circles, but I'm still with the opinion that it is necessary. The methodology adopted in this research is basically objective. It's not been polemic in nature, although I've started by telling you my opinion. I'm employing some critical theological analysis methodology to look at some of the issues I need to analyze, as well as employing a histogrammatical method of exegesis to do my exegesis, particularly of the text from Genesis. So I have the outline here. And here with me is the introduction. And my introduction is much, so I will have to jump a lot of things to meet up with the time given to me. I have quite long things here to say in the introduction. We have issues of environmental preservation and crisis in our area here, and as you know, it's also a global issue. People like farmers do a lot of bush clearing and bush farming around this part of the world, and that demands and expect that a lot of bush will be cleared, a lot of trees will be destroyed, and those who need timber for some furniture and roofing will have to destroy trees in order to do so. And has become a challenge here. Even when there are rules, the rules don't hold truly. The rules are broken several times. So the concern in this paper anyway is, should Christians concern themselves with issues of creation care and environmental preservation? Having stated that there are people who don't believe we need to bother ourselves and care about the creation, the question then is, should Christians bother themselves about taking care of the creation and making sure the environment is looking good and in a good condition? Or we should just forget about everything about environmental care since the world is coming to a collapse after all. There are decays. But I would like us to go through Genesis chapter 2, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, the scripture tells us that, and God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress and to keep it. So at best, defining what environmental preservation would mean, I would prefer just picking up this text from the Old Testament, which we just read, Genesis 2:15, which at its base is the actual definition of creation care. When God finished the garden, he created man and put him in the garden and instructed him to dress the garden and to keep it. So man, as a created person, has a duty to fulfill to his creator. And this duty he has to fulfill is to keep and to dress the garden in which he is to live. So if that is so, and if that is so, we know that man is accountable to God. So not just being duty bound, but also being accountable. Man becomes very much accountable to his creator. And Genesis chapter 1, verse 16, verse 26 particularly, to say Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. The Bible says, God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over the cattle and over all the earth and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Now, the dominion concept in this verse, let them have dominion, as we've just read, the concept imply the fact that man is superior and is transcendent over the rest of creation, but that does not mean some kind of use of abusive power or some unethical use of power. It means superiority as transcendent over the rest of creation. Man is the crown of creation, and this superiority is to be exercised under the value of care and the sense of still worship. It's not a superiority that should be exercised in kind of crushing down whatever is under you or whatever is going to left under you to dominate. But man is to care for them as a steward because he didn't create them. It was created by the creator who created him and who gave him to take care of. Or he was going to do that under the value of care and with the sense of still worship. Theologians have passed on their opinion and views about creation. We have people like Augustine, we have Aquinas, we have Calvin. The three have taken some few quotations from them. Calvin, for instance, sees the beauty of God's creation and understand that for God to have told Noah to select certain species of animals, not just certain, all species of animals, of birds, and all the living things that creep on the earth, those that fly on the skies, and go with them in the earth to preserve them from destruction, shows that God cares not only for humanity, but also for the whole of creation. And that is God's goodness towards the whole of creation, which he has created. So now, in Calvin's perspective, that picture of Genesis in the Noah story is picturing the providential care of God for the whole of creation. That is the value God expects to pass to man. God expects man to borrow that value from him. That is the value God expects man to learn from him. And he told Noah, you must do this. God had the power, he could have done that, he could have commanded the animals in their place to go into the ark, but he told Noah to do it instead. I mean, man must be responsible to the creation and care for the creation as well. Augustine sees the purpose of God in creation as to glorify God. The creation, the whole of creation, including us, as being part of it, are meant to glorify God who created everything. And Aquinas also see the same thing in the purpose of creation. In Aquinas' word, he said, the universe represents the divine goodness for the glory of God. So if the universe represents this, the divine goodness for the glory of God, then he's actually saying the same thing as Augustine, describing creation as to glorify God. And of course, every other theologian sees it that way. And many theologians generally understand the creation care theme from the notion of still worship. Adam and his family were to be steward of the estate entrusted to him. And Adam is a representative head of the whole of humanity. It doesn't matter if you're Asian, African, or European. Doesn't matter where you come from. We have one common ancestor, and we call him Adam. So he's the representative head for the whole of humanity. He was entrusted with the responsibility to be steward over the whole of creation, and that responsibility is passed down to us as his own progenies. There are a lot of issues with respect to the environment, and some issues we have, particularly in this area. There are issues of water pollution. There are issues of deforestation. There are issues of flooding. There are issues of soil erosion, bush burning, and then the poor management of waste disposal. Some time ago, in this particular part of the world, some few years ago, we had influx of some Chinese citizens, some Chinese who came and have some contract with some of our politicians, the government, and the locals. A lot of trees were cut down. A particular tree, a particular species of tree named Madrid, they are called down, and we lost a lot of them. We have a change in the weather. We have the lifespan of our rainfall being shortened, but our politicians have made some gains from it, as well as some of those locals who participated in cutting down those trees and selling them to those Chinese citizens. And we have a lot to do in planting them back, but we can't even plant those numbers we cut down. And we know of the deforestation going on in the Amazon, particularly in the Brazilian Amazon. There are reports from US-based independent organization, the Council on Foreign Affairs, reporting that about 300,000 square miles of the Amazon forest from the Brazil region has been destroyed over some span of years now. But how can those trees be planted back? So we have issues of global warming all over. Indonesia faces issues as well. In the case of deforestation, but we understand that. We understand from this part of the world that Indonesian government have partnered with some international organizations to ensure they mitigate that problem they have, and they are already witnessing some important progress in that aspect, and that is good. However, the problem still remains. Laws are made to mitigate these problems. There are advocacies, but the problem of environmental destruction, environmental havoc that has been caused by human activities is still there anyway. And there have been several responses, of course, to these environmental issues, and particularly from the 800 AD, 80 AD in Rome. And there were laws passed to guide the waterways so that nobody pass on waste to them, and then people may be having to take bad waters. In the 14th century, we also understand that England passed on some environmental preservation laws regarding burning of coals, and in Japan and India, precisely between 1967 and 1986, laws were passed to safeguard certain sections of the environment to ensure that environmental abuse is mitigated. In Africa, precisely in my country, Nigeria, our government have made a lot of effort, particularly in 1988, the first act and the implementation of the act, which brought about an agency to guide our environment and our ecosystem, came to play in 1988. The government around the globe have made efforts to make laws and then to set up agencies who will implement those laws and to ensure that our environment are in order. And we cannot also leave out the efforts of religious-based organizations. Particularly some many years ago, William Penn of the Quakers movement in the United States of America did inform his people and told his people for every acre of land, for every 5 acre of land to be cleared of for settlement, at least one should be preserved, 1 acre of forest should be preserved close to the community in order to have good environment around. I think this is an important contribution. It may look so little, but it's an important contribution. And currently, based in South Africa and some parts of Nigeria and Africa, Arocha is doing a very great work in advocacy. We have Blessed Earth, the Climate Change Covenant, the Earth Ministry, Earth Care, and the Evangelical Environmental Networks. All these groups, all these religious and faith-based organizations, particularly Christian, are doing great work in the area of advocacy to ensure that people call that vision of caring for the environment. So it is important to understand that the biblical mandate for man to dress and keep the garden is still valid till today. National government across the globe, as I said earlier, have legislated laws in favor of environmental protection. Religious organizations, as I've said, have done so. But despite this fact, nature is still suffering severely from human activities of different kinds. Laws for environmental preservation have suffered several violations across the globe, here as well. And faith-based advocacies have been undermined, and several crimes have been committed. Well, let's look at some of the few crimes, environmental crimes that people commit. We have environmental crimes like illegal hunting. Here we have the Forest Department and an agency set up to mitigate illegal hunters in the forest. However, that hasn't stopped anyway. We have illegal fishing, we have illegal falling of trees, we have illegal mining, illegal disposal of waste and waste burning, etc. Environmental crime, according to an international report, we understand that, according to that report, that billions of dollars in profit goes to the criminals who fall trees illegally, fish illegally, or do all these illegal mining. They receive billions of naira, and a lot of politicians who are involved in this process have actually deliberately paved way for these environmental criminals who commit environmental crimes because they get their own commission from the profits who have been made. They have interest in it, and then they frustrate the work of the enforcement agency, law enforcement agencies in those aspects. And the report also tells us that these crimes are serious, they are well organized, and they are transnational. I have started the case of Chinese coming here, cutting down millions of trees and transporting them off to China. Of course, this is a transnational arrangement and trade. And this involves some key stakeholders and politicians who have interest in the game. Even though the laws are there, the agencies are there to preserve and to protect the law, but these politicians will level the ground and then make sure things work the way they want because of their interest in the gains they will get today and don't care about the future of the environment. So there are also arguments against environmental laws. Some of these arguments said that environmental regulatory costs do significant damage to the economy of nations, cause unemployment. When there are laws to preserve the environment, people suffer from unemployment, and then plants have to close together and then reduce international competitiveness. Something if we have to go into mining, we have to go into cutting down our trees to make exportation of those timbers and then export the natural resources. We'll be competing in the international market with other nations. So if the environmental law is there and mitigate and reduce mining activities and deforestation activities, the cutting down of trees and production of timbers, that will reduce international competitiveness. Those are such arguments. And there's this ideology that comes from another aspect. It's been there long ago since the Greek Pythagoras, who thinks that man is the measure of all things. So if everyone has his own set of truth, if everyone has his own way of perceiving the truth and is correct in the way he perceives the truth, then it means objective truth is either an illusion or it does not exist completely. Then who will obey any law or keep any rule on environmental preservation if everyone can just think about his own and thoughts and his right and doing and in his own thinking? Then it will be wrong and improper to actually impose any law. So people who subscribe to this relativist sense of conceiving the truth think it is unfair to impose any rule on them, tell them you don't need to cut down trees to this extent, you don't need to do this, you don't need to do that. So those arguments are there. Man is a measure of himself. So the measure of all things, whatever he conceives is correct, and whatever he seems to understand is okay according to his understanding. Nobody should impose his own an opinion on another person else. So it should just become like the advocacy messages we've been hearing from this Rocha, Blessed Earth, and all these environmental preservation advocacy bodies and organizations will just be their own opinion. I have my different opinion, and my opinion is to cut down trees, to go into illegal fishing and the rest, and they are telling me not to do it. That is their own opinion, because everyone is a measure of his own understanding. So man is a measure of all things, and everyone has his own set of truth. Truth is relative. So now this ideology and this argument stemming from this ideology make it very difficult for people who marry this ideology to keep the rule, because for them, they get their benefits from it, and that is what they think is right for them to do. And so you don't need to tell them it's wrong for them to do. And some situations come up when people feel that the environmental protection rules and the advocacy is against them exploring the benefit they can get from what they claim is their ancestral land, which was there even before the government or these organizations were advocating for environmental preservation. So now, should any government impose a law on them on how to handle the resources in their ancestral lands? Or should anyone come to tell them what they need to do about their ancestral lands? And people feel such advocacies are not important for them. And most of these criminals some of these criminals, environmental crime culprits, and things that this is our land, and so whoever comes to mine the land or cut down trees is going to give us some money, and that is fine, that is okay. We don't care about whatever the government is saying or whatever anyone is saying. So there are a lot of conflicts, a lot of argument against environmental preservation from some of these areas. So, but to dress and keep the garden, as I said earlier, is a divine mandate. A mandate that everyone is expected to keep. From our anchor text in Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, it tells us that after man was created, he was settled in the garden to dress and keep it. There are two words that are more important in that text, that is to dress and to keep. And the Hebrew words for this word are abert, for dress, and shamar, for keep. So we have different senses of these words. We could find three different senses in the first word, abert. Abert could mean worship or a worshiper. It could mean a worker, or to work, to till, to labor, to dress. And it could also mean means to serve in the sense of a servant, service, and servitude. So these three senses are there in one word called abert. But in this context, as it is used in Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, the first two senses, the sense of work and the sense of service, fit more into the context of Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, where man is to dress and to keep the garden. But the concept of work, like exerting physical energy to do something, maybe lifting a weight, carrying up a stone, that is to work, to labor. And when man is to dress the garden, he's to dress the garden in this particular sense, as working to ensure that the garden is in good condition, maintain the condition the garden was created in. Man has to exert physical energy in doing that. And in the second word, Shemar had two senses, the sense of keeping. When you said to keep, like to keep, to protect, to guide, and we can put this in the two senses I've said earlier, a sense of security and a sense of possession. Man is to safeguard the garden, like protecting it from a destroyer, a spoiler, or a thief. In that sense, man is the security man for the garden. And the second sense is the sense of possession. This garden was created by the Creator, given to man, who is the crown of the creation, is given dominion over the creation to own. Now, he is a secondary honor. He is to possess it. Now, in this sense of possession, like to keep, man is to own it. He is not to lose it. He is to take possession of the garden, to possess as his own. It's not like just hiring a laborer and giving him a work to do. But now, this laborer is not just doing the work for someone else, he's doing the work for himself. This garden is his, and he's to keep it and possess it and not to lose it. And I've said the dominion implies also owning it. So now to sum up on these two senses, on these several senses in these two words, shamar and abad, that's to dress and to keep, man is to jealously guide and protect and keep what has been handed over to him, while he works in making sure that he maintains it in good condition. And this is a duty, a responsibility given to man. He was created and was given a responsibility. And it means that human beings are duty bound to this task. And if one is duty bound to a task, then it is imperative and it is a divine mandate. So now we need to also look at the nature of this mandate. The mandate was given to man before the fall. So how was the mandate before the fall? Before the fall, man had a good relationship with God. He had a good relationship with creation. He had a good relationship with everything else. And so there was no suffering. Sin wasn't in place. There was no pain. This responsibility he had to accomplish, this work he has to do, was stress-free. It was without stress. It was without pain. It doesn't bring suffering on him or sicknesses. Today when we work, we have problems. But before the fall, the condition was perfect. Everything was fine. And so it was work without pain. And this work was seen as a blessing, a responsibility, a blessed responsibility. And man was to fulfill this responsibility in dressing the garden. It was easy for him to do it. He had no conflict with the creation. So it should be out of place to say there were environmental abuse by man. Man didn't abuse the environment. He was living in a cordial relationship with everything within the creation, in the environment within which he lived. But after the fall, the good relationship man had with God and creation was destroyed. It was broken. Sin came into play. There was suffering, and work becomes like a curse. Men see work as a curse. Now there was enmity established between men and creation. For example, the serpent was to bruise the heel of man, and man was to crush his head. The ground which was to provide food freely for man, without man having to toil it, man now must toil the ground and sweat to eat. So now suffering becomes the order of the day, and there are pain, there are sicknesses. So work, the joyfulness in work before the fall now become a mirage. Till today, we don't enjoy working. When we are given a task to do, we don't like it. We say, oh, this task is tedious. Even the most simplest tasks, sometimes we don't want to do them because man doesn't want to work. Until the benefits of that work comes, then we have some smiles on our face. But ideally, but naturally, we don't want to work. We don't want, because work comes with pain. After the fall, work now comes with pain. It comes with suffering. And it becomes very difficult for man to carry on this responsibility of dressing and keeping the garden. Men become selfish, and people have to do things just for their own benefits, not for the benefit of the creation, neither for the benefit of the creator himself, but for our own benefit. And we are told by Apostle Paul in Romans chapter 8, verse 18 to 19, that the creation is suffering pain, is suffering decay, and they await that the sons of God be revealed. So the fall put everything in the bad condition. Work was stressful. The responsibility was difficult for man to keep. And then we have environmental abuses. We have a lot of environmental crimes being committed against creation and the environment within which we live. But it becomes necessary for us as human beings to continue to keep and preserve the environment, because God has reconciled us to himself. in His Son Jesus Christ. That relationship that was broken in the garden is now reconciled. Those who call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. And all who are in Christ are saved. They have this relationship with God. And so, by the virtue of this relationship we have with God, it is imperative and important that we also restore our relationship with nature, with the creation, with the environment. The environment suffers the same pain and decay from the fall that they await the manifestation of the sons of God. And since we are sons of God as Christians, and we have a foretaste of this glorious future with God and in the eternal paradise, which we are beginning to experience it already, let the creation also feel some relief from this decay and the pain and the suffering they are going through by the way we relate with them. So it becomes imperative for us that if we have a restored relationship with God, then it is imperative for us to also work on restoring our relationship with the creation as it was in the garden before the fall. So that environmental abuses should be something of the past. And we should take proactive measures in seeing that we preserve the nature, preserve the creation, and take care of our environment. So I must conclude that environmental problem is a reality. We have them globally. Though some issues are peculiar to some local communities around the globe. And we understand that these problems are resulting mostly from human activities ranging from bush burning, from illegal mining, and several of those environmental crimes that human beings commit against the environment. We also know that, as I established earlier, that it is a divine mandate. Man was given this mandate. The fall brought about a challenge, a problem for man to keep the mandate because work now becomes tedious. It's not easy to work. People don't find joy in working as much. They only find joy in working because of the benefit, not because of work itself. So, but because of Christ's reconciliatory work by which He reconciled us to God and by which He is restoring and redeeming everything, redemption is not limited to human beings. And since we are the first contact of this redemption, we are enjoying this restored relationship with God as human beings and sons of Adam who are called Christians in Christ Jesus. We must do a great work to ensure that we restore our relationship with the rest of creation. Let the creation also begin to benefit from this redemptive work that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ have exacted in us. The benefit of this creation, this redemption we're experiencing, is the reason why we have hope for the future. Let the creation also have hope in the way we relate with them. Leaving them on their own, it will be quite easier for them to live. But the way we abuse the creation is wrong. We must know that it's our responsibility. It's a mandate from God for us to care for the creation before the consummation of time, where everything is going to be restored to the state of perfection. And as students of God, we must contend for this. We must campaign for it. We must create this awareness in all humans so that they will know, our kind will know that it is our responsibility to care for the creation as well. They feel what we feel, the pain, the suffering, they feel them. And so we have to live mutually. If we must live mutually with each other, then we should live mutually with the creation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, J.C. Amos. You explained about you make the illustration, dress and keep the garden. So
yes,
I understand you get it from the Genesis, the first Genesis, yeah. You back and you remind me how the warning global, that is contextual. I think that is contextual because all the nations feel, especially Africa and Asia, feel hot. Yes, I hear the Indians how many people dead because the hot until 42 Celsius gitu. So I say thank you. So we have 10 minutes audience. If you maybe give something or patient now, please. Any question, anybody? We cannot see his again, so it's time to good now. You question to her, to him, yeah, Jesse, because we have distant the nation. Very clear. Well, luar biasa. The audience say very clear. Your presentation, the good presentation. Then I say this. That's the good and contextual for we us, ya, gitu. If didn't have to ask of any question, so maybe I be back to the usually Stefan, you have any question maybe?
Thank you very much. You say usually, and it made me smile a bit. Yeah, thank you, brother, for that wonderful presentation, and it was nice to hear from you. Just to maybe draw your attention to what maybe some churches are doing. I don't know whether you are aware that some churches in Nigeria, especially from the charismatic wing, see some trees, evil trees, to be chopped down because they believe evil spirits are living there. So let's cut it down so that we can chase the evil spirits away. Sometime I have a pastor in my village. We used to have a very nice place, and that nice place, a lot of trees. The rivers were flowing very nice. But this man came and said he's a pastor, but that the villagers were using it for traditional religions. And he went and asked for the destruction of the forests in the name of religion. And there are a lot of them all over. And some of them say that we should allow everything to become what it is because the end is here. It's the fulfillment of the end of times. So they're going to be they're going to be earthquake. They're going to be all this. This is the fulfillment of Scripture, prophecy. That if it doesn't happen, then the prophecies of Jesus Christ are not happening correctly. So maybe, what do you think about issues?
Thank you.
I have it here.
Back to the Jesse. Yes, direct.
Yes, I can hear him. I got the question. The question they ask is actually fitting into our context here in Africa, where particularly in Nigeria, where people think some trees are demonic, and so they have to chop down those trees and in order to rid the area of demonic influences. And the question I always ask back is, if a pastor thinks a tree is harboring demons and he is a man of God, why not he just cast out the demons so that the tree can live? Do we kill people who are demon possessed? Jesus met people who were demon possessed, and what he did was undergo deliverance, delivered them from the demon possession. But when we, and as pastors also, instead of pastors think some trees could be harboring demons, and then other people or advise the villagers to go on, chop down the tree, and that is because they don't understand God's own purpose in creation and for the rest of creation. They don't understand that even taking care of the creation is a mandate and a responsibility on us as human beings to do. And that is why I'm calling on theologians who are church leaders in most of the mission-led churches, though some of these charismatic churches have untrained ministers who don't know this, but we have to step down this advocacy in such a way that it doesn't just stop in our churches or in the theological sphere of environmental theology. It should be stepped down to the community so that the locals in the community will understand their responsibility towards nature and how they ought to take care of them. As I said earlier, why would one chop down the tree because he thinks the tree carries demons or demons are inhabiting the tree? And he should be casting the demons out instead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe have statement, not question from the Ibu Esther Tandana. Maybe this is the statement. Yeah, she say globalization and capitalism open us the chance for more exploitation to our motherland. Yeah, it's good idea. I was reading to yours a part yours journal, so I would like read two kalimat, two sentence, two sentence. Everybody here, it remains necessary for human being to love nature and care for the environment. The reconciliatory and redemptive work of Christ accomplished and being effective made it necessary as well as renewed and mandate for human being to dress and keep the garden. Yes, I close by that. So that is very good. So I have the comment one from Dr. Maya. She say, "Your smile is very good. Your smile make me happy." Wait,
Thank you so much.
Maya, yeah, Maya, your smile is make not just Maya make happy, but me too make happy. Yeah. So I'm very glad to meet you all, Professor Stephen, Jesse, Amos, kemudian and then I'm Indonesian speaking. Sometimes I compare who is named the first from the brother from the Nigeria, from Africa. We always pray for Africa because the Africa is very, very crime to the Christian, yeah, to raise the Christian. So we must pray the Nigeria become the kingdom of God come to the Nigeria every time. Thank you, Jesse. It's time to up. I be back to the Sri Mulyani PIC.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Singa has guided us, and Mr. Jesse Amos has said us, dress and keep the garden environmental preservation as a divine mandate. Will you accept or appreciate for you? We share your certificate.
Right. Yeah, Marvin difficult. Okay, it's okay.
Taking a picture.
Wow, this is beautiful. Yeah, I can see it.
This is appreciate us for you, Jesse. You and me. Wow.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you for you all.
Yeah. Pak Bobby, not take a picture together, Pak Bobby. Stefan, you.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, attention please. We will allocate 10 minutes for Q&A with Mr. Alu, who has having problem with internet earlier.
Yes.
So, Mr. Paulus, it's time for you.
Mr. Caleb, Aklu, not Paulus. Oh, Mr. Paulus.
Yes, moderator by Mr.
Yeah.
Paulus.
Okay. Thank you for.
I would like to take a picture, Pak Bobby.
Mr. Paulus, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead, Dr. Kaleb.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to come back again. And then for the wonderful presentation of Dr. Jesse. that is to complement what I am discussing about the indigenous knowledge perspective to environmental preservation. The mandate has been given by God, as the indigenous people also believe. And then we can see this manifestation in the way they organize their society. And I was mentioning about the Gaja Betalot indigenous community, about the Sony system in which they used to organize their environment and to make sure that they still preserve the environment, not only for their personal use, but the generation to come. And then this was done through the zoning process. And then if you can see the diagram that I have here, a certain portion of their land was termed to be forbidden. They term it as a forbidden forest, meaning no one goes to that place to do anything. They also have a temporary reserved forest. They have utilization forest. This utilization forest is the one they make use of. And then while they were cutting down the tree, using it for log or for building or anything, they are sensitive on the particular kind of tree that they have to cut down. And they are also sensitive in replacing those trees by planting others. They also have a certain portion of their land, which is the mixed forest, in which they cultivate, they use for their farming system and all sorts. They also have settlements, the little portion where they live, and then also sacred water. And then this really interests me also. And then this tells me that Africa and Asia have very close cultural similarities. They also have sacred water. Why did they put this? There is this Indonesian language, and then maybe you'll be able to pronounce it well there. Himbo Gano or Utan Larangan. So you will understand it better, but what it means is forbidden forest, and it is mostly covered by primary forest. So it is forbidden from people to enter, just as I have explained there. Let me quickly go to this. This indigenous knowledge of these people, and then their focus, their projection is not only for their primary use, and that is why they have over 60% of their land as a protected zone. You don't go to this place. This place is protected. So they only have 1% in a utilization zone in which they are still using within the portion that they are segregated for utilization, and then 39% in a special zone. Now, for ecosystem protection purposes, they have to protect the environment from any anthropogenic activities. And then, just as we know, the problem of environment have to do with problem of humanity. And then the impact of man on the environment, mostly when man tends to be naturalistic and materialistic, in which they believe that there is nothing spiritual about the universe and even about the human person. There is a connection between environment, man, and spirituality, just as the last presenter also mentioned. when we have a good connection with the spiritual power, whether God or in the context of the indigenous people, the definitives, the deities, we tend to respect the nature. We will respect the nature. You won't just cut them down. You will have feelings, also like having feelings for the nature. So let me say this, that for these people of Indonesia, in the bid of preserving their environment, they have this relationship between the country, the community, and the animals. And then it was said that there are a lot of Sumatra tigers in their forest. Even though these tigers were there, or they are there, the community never engaged in exterminating them, killing them. The tiger were there in the sacred, just as I explained in the context of the Yoruba sacred forest. The tigers were there in the forest, not only to live and to remain and to continue living in that forest, but also to protect the forest from the intruders. Because naturally, people will be afraid to just go into the forest when they know that tigers are there. So local wisdom also prohibit the logging of sialang trees. And why did they prohibit that? Because they know that this tree attracts honeybee. And then for them to have honeybee, this kind of tree must be preserved and conserved. So if you want to cut down any tree, you must not touch sialang trees. So the community believed that the presence of beehives is good for a healthy forest and thus conserve the bee population. As we all know, bees are also good as a for medicinal purpose. So what are the challenges that the indigenous people in Indonesia face, just like their counterparts in Africa? The things that we call sacred and mystery, which are associated with nature, are being replaced with anthropocentric capitalistic paradigm or modern technology. People don't believe it again, just as the question raised. People don't see it, a tree is being possessed. That is what they believe, and then the only thing you can do to it is to cut it down. So the sacredness of all our forests are seen as a primitive. And then people believe that the only thing you can do is to apply technology, and then they cut them down for human consumption. And then also religiosity and spirituality of indigenous people who range in this area are being replaced by modernization as a new religion and spiritualism. And then we know the people of indigenous people who still believe in this taboo, religious taboo or cultural taboo about the sacredness of nature are seen as pagans. And then so that's why Christianity knock at their door and say, you have to accept us. Islam also came and said, you have to do what? You have to accept us because your whole religion is not an authentic religion. And then sometimes people are even not proud to associate with sacredness of nature, as they see it as you are becoming a pagan, just as they think. And the sacredness of nature is merely as merely a resource for development. So what we term as sacredness of nature has now become a resource for development. They put down the hills, cut down the tree, make use of the water, constructing dams and everything without adequate or moderate use of what it is given by God. And then disruption of nature without the fear of magical forces. So now people can claim to go into the forest, cut down without any fear by spirits of the forest. What are the little or the similarity between Africa and the Asia context in dealing with the environment? One, they both believe nature was given from God. So whether it is ancestral spirit or divinity, they believe there is a connection between God and nature. And also that human-nature harmonious relationship is essential for sustainable living. It is only when we respect the nature, we live to let other live, and then the other, in this case, in the case of environment, are other co-tenants. The trees, the forest, the animals, the microorganisms, and then both living and non-living things. And then they both employ taboos to make some objects sacred and then to preserve the environment. The sacredness of these objects aid preservation and conservation, since penalties are attached to violators. So, and then I mentioned also that people are afraid to go against this set rule because they know they will be penalized. Modern religions, as mentioned, is a threat to the indigenous knowledge preservation. And then this knowledge are effective among the indigenous people. When we still go to villages, you still find the environment more pleasing to live than the cities. So people still want to, when you want to relax, you go to places that have vegetations and everything, and then you feel relaxed. So this knowledge is very, very effective among the indigenous people. And then one thing, because of the community relationship, the concept of community, it is ours. Just like a Ubuntu concept, this thing belongs to us. It is only when we preserve it that we can live too. So we have to allow the vegetation to live, the forest to live, the fishes to live, the animals to live, so that we can have a good life. In conclusion, it is obvious that Africa and Asia have regards for nature. The spiritual dimension of the people makes them believe that natural objects has an indwelling spirit. It is important that we should learn from the local people in preserving the environment rather than terming it unscientific. If this knowledge is harnessed, it will aid the conservation and preservation of the environment. And then we know by harnessing this knowledge, it can also increase or give us security in the area of agriculture and the food production. And then there are plants that are good for healing, which will be preserved in the forest, that will also be good for people to cure their diseases and the sickness also. And with this, I want to employ that we should be more indigenous in preserving our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Sri.
I think any time for question,
yes.
question and answer, or no? Yes or no, committee, Bu Sri?
Cukup kali, Pak Paulus.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the presentation from Dr. Alu Caleb. Yeah, Caleb Alu, we really sorry. because the time is up, maybe I give chance only one question from the participant. Only one question. Okay. I think no question. Okay. Time is up, and this is
It's clear, Mr.
clear.
Caleb.
Okay. Thank you. And I think this is the end of the session of the presentation from Dr. Alu Caleb. Thank you for your attending, and I give time to the committee, Ibu Sri.
Yes, thank you so much for the speaker. I would like to say thank you as a committee to Caleb Alu. This is a certificate for Caleb Alu PhD as a speaker participate in international conference on religion and education 2023 as invited speakers and presented the paper and indigenous knowledge system and environmental preservation and Afro-Asian Asia perspective. Also, certificate proudly present to Dr. Paulus Eko Kristianto as moderator in session 15. So, thank you so much for all the speakers and participants. And now, finally, we are going to the end of this conference international. So, I would like us Aku Antomikum to close this conference with a prayer. Are you can with us in prayer?
Yeah, thank you very much for the privilege to lead this prayer. Can we pray together? Dear mighty Redeemer, we want to say a big thank you for your love, for your mercy, for your guidance, and for your grace. For beginning this conference.
Please unmute
yesterday.
Prof. Kaplan to be
And till today, we are grateful for everything you have done. We thank you for the paper on how to live happily and the influence of our happiness to our lives. We thank you for all other speakers, the role of Bible colleges. We pray that in your grace, you will help these Bible colleges to contribute positively to the development and peaceful coexistence and cohesion in our societies. We pray that you will help us, even as we do theology in public sphere. We pray that as we guide our children, even in the preservation of the environment, that you will take the lead. We pray that you also help us, even as we consider our spirituality and peace, quality, and nation building and development. We pray that you will help us to think, even as we make our ways and make theology, and especially ecology, available to high school students. We pray that God, as a salvation in Christ, you will help us to remain resilient to our call. We pray that you will help us in the midst of all our challenges, that we recognize the voice of
Yes.
Internet is not good.
Sorry for everyone. Before we leave the international conference, may I ask all of you to take a picture? One, two, three. Again, once again.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone, and I will inform you to see you next year in other international conference that will held by Theological Seminary Moriah.
See you. Thank you.